Check, check, check. 1 2 1 2. Man, it's days like this. I just feel like a big damn kid. I'm a big sucker for the space program. This is going to be a lot of fun. I've got a lot of information for you guys. We're going to get to know who each individual astronaut is. Oops.
The Artemis II mission.
It looks like their live broadcast is starting. I'm just going to mute that while I finish my hellos here. So as you can see, the 6:30 broadcast of the return of the capsule has begun live on NASA. I did make a quick intro video for you guys. I hope you do enjoy it. Much like gravity is suspended in space, I urge everyone to suspend the drama. Let's leave the crackhead mothers and the brittle tooth Bettys in the world. Let's leave them out of this for today. Let's everyone just hang out. Haters are welcome. Just don't be a dirtbag. You know how it is. Enjoy the intro and we'll get started, guys. Hurtling towards Earth. It's amazing. They're going to be entering the Earth's atmosphere at 25,000 miles per hour, 5,000 degrees. It's going to be quite a show. I have all confidence in the program itself. I'm not concerned about nothing. I think it's going to go perfectly. Dropping down in the Pacific Ocean, splashdown just off the coast of sunny San Diego, and just in time for sunset. Pretty fucking amazing. Enjoy the intro and we'll get into it, guys.
A number of years ago, we started this journey in our close-knit astronaut family, and we lost a loved one. And there's a feature in a really neat place on the moon, and it is on the near side, far side boundary. In fact, it's just on the near side of that boundary. And so at certain times of the moon's transit around Earth, we will be able to see this from Earth. And so we lost a loved one. Her name was Carol, the spouse of Reed, the mother of Katie and Ellie. And if you want to find this one, you look at Gluto, and it's just to the northwest of that, at the same latitude as Ohm, and it's a bright spot on the. And we would like to call it Carol, and you spell that Carroll.
Integrity and Carroll Crater. Loud and clear. Thank you.
All right. Hope you guys enjoyed that. I actually went out. I spent a lot of time on that. I'm very proud of it. What's going on out there? How the hell are you guys? Are you as excited as I am? Because, man, I've been thinking about this all friggin' day long. Let's see. That doesn't have to be so gigantic now, does it? Let's see here. Let's get this reasonable. There we go. All right, as you can see, the live broadcast is already underway. Let's listen in here. It is expected to splash down just about 8:15, from what I understand, Eastern Standard Time. So just about 2 hours from now, just under 2 hours from now. Before that, I've got quite a lot to get into with you guys. I want to show you. I think I can get away with my blues here, can't I? I bet. Yeah, why not? Hit the thumbs up, and thanks again for being here. Lead the drama for Yo Mama. What's up, Marlena? Good to see you. Welcome back again. She renewed her membership. Thank you so much. I was thinking about you, San Diego. I'm quite envious. I'm not going to lie. I so badly want to be there. Did make a couple new graphics for you guys. I got a new avatar. I'm in space, as you can tell. Try to get this. There we go. Round it off a bit. There we are. How the fuck are you guys? What's going on? I figure since we have a little bit of time before they really get cooking, we can have a look and see who the astronauts are. But first, let me check and see who's here. What's up, Tracy G? We go all the way back to the beginning. Nanny Sharon, thank you so much. Nanny says, nervous and excited both. Prayers for a safe return. Yes, well, me too. I have full confidence in the science. I trust it. You got up there and around the moon. I mean, no problem coming home. Of course, anything hurtling from space at that speed. I mean, I think they did. I saw some scientists talking about it, and he said at that speed, you'd be able to travel from New York to Los Angeles in 5 minutes and 45 seconds. So if that gives you any indication how quick they'll be cooking when they come in, 5,000 degrees. But NASA's been training their whole life in building shit to make that shield proper. In fact, they had a test where they had some anomalies come back with the way the heat shield reacted in the test, and they've made altercations and believe they've got it figured out. And if they say they've got it figured out, who am I to guess them? Whispering in the shadows, so good to see you. Steph B's in the house. Summer says, confident in the successful splashdown. Shout out to the team of brave astronauts, NASA, and the United States Navy. Yes, we're gonna look in live. There's a couple San Diego live cams out there. We'll peek in and see what it looks like as well. Cash is in the house. What's up, my friend? Cash doesn't have any confidence in this 1960s space program. My man. Good Rhonda Good, sorry. Good to see you again, Marlene and Tracy G. Whispering in the Shadow 81. Kansas City Cheese for life. What's happening? Deanna D's with us. Marie, a.k.a. Purple Freak. Nanny Sharon. Katz Hodgepodgery. Good to see you. Good evening. Good evening. So I figured the best way to get started today is to get into, let's see here. I want to show you some of the amazing fucking footage that's coming back from NASA, and it's been trickling in the last few days, and they've been releasing it as they see fit. And holy shit, dude, it's nothing short of amazing. And also, for some reason, as I was setting up, my restream just glitched out twice in a row and just dropped. So if that occurs, stick with me and I'll pop back up. I'm not sure exactly what that's about. Let's see here. So this is what I want to show you. Just in the last few days, they've released some really awesome shit. Excuse my language. It looks as though... It looks as though the specific video that I was looking for isn't there anymore. I wonder why. But I've got tons more, don't worry. Very exciting times. A lot of people have been calling the space, the capsule itself. They've spoken with politicians, all types of fancy and not so fancy people. But there have been some real laughs. And we're going to have a look and see exactly how this famous shitter works as well. I mean, it's been making a lot of news. So I think my pause button doesn't work as fast as I'd like it to. So we'll start with that. And we'll leave the live broadcast up. As you see, it's going to start any second now. It looks like they're having the time of their life. I mean, there's no other way to put it. Check it out.
It's just everything from the training, but in 3D and absolutely unbelievable. This is incredible.
Copy, Moonjoy.
I definitely see all of the basin of Oriental, Copernicus, easily all in view. This is so awesome.
We look like we're smiling at you, like a little Cheshire cat.
Thank you guys.
I thought we just caught an ActiWatch sync. If I had my own, I'd sync it with you. Breaking news. At this time, you are go for all types of uses of the toilet.
And the crew rejoices. Thank you. Yeah, we caught a view of Earth in window 1, and now we're completely distracted for a little bit.
To me, it's a great, example of why we go and do these missions. If you can't take love to the stars, then what are we doing? Like, why would we even go?
Pretty amazing, if I don't say so myself. As I sneeze into the microphone. What's happening, everybody? Are you as excited as I am? Dana D, let's see. I'm scooting through. Lily Forrest Fay, great name. Good to see you. Welcome in. I just finished listening to Headstones and Headlines. I had to rush home. Barely made it, but here we are. I made it. That's all that counts. Uni's in the house. What's going on? It says, Sinner can't stay. I wanted to say hey and show support. Much love. Back to you. I've been following your stuff, been catching up on your videos. If you're not, for some strange reason, subscribe to Uni, make sure you do yourself a favor and do that shit. Hey, Teaching, welcome back. What it do? Lunatic Farmers in the house. I mean, I'm telling you what, I've been like so anxious and excited for this day for a whole week. I mean, I've been following so closely what's cooking with these guys.
Of Integrity's thrusters and what is called the crew module.
Pretty badass. And I figure what a great way. Let's see, we're gonna look at another video. Official video from NASA.
The aft end of Integrity ever so slightly, and that is the final opportunity for us to fine-tune the angle of attack of Integrity through the area of peak heating at entry interface that will come.
As you can see, they're giving all the instructions and everything they already had a full exact briefing on how to do things manually and all of that, should that become necessary. And they did that hours ago, so well before. But they are slowly making their way toward Earth.
18 minutes from now. So after the raise burn, we will be in the final orientation that will minimize.
Let's get inside the cabin for you guys.
Velocity, we expect to reach a maximum velocity of 24,661.21 miles per hour, equivalent to about Mach 33 times.
Mach 33? Is that what they said? Mach 33. I don't think most of us can even have a basic understanding what that means. I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's bananas to me. Oops, that's way too loud. Sorry, guys. Okay, now have a look at this. What should we do first? So this group of astronauts are considered a dream team. No big surprise there. Pretty amazing characters. Let's have a look here. I think it's really important that we pay attention. I know everyone's looking at the numbers and the sciencey stuff. We have to remember that these are just 4 human beings out there doing their damn thing, and keep that in mind. And this is an interesting thing. If you guys want to have fun, you can go to the NASA website and take part in this. Who would you go to the moon with? You'll see I have a poll set as well. Would you even consider going if you had a chance to go? I think I might. I would consider it. I mean, who knows what you'd actually do, right? Oops. Check it out.
And here we go. Hydrogen burn-off igniters initiate.
Our team is preparing for our mission around the moon.
Core stage engine start. 3, 2, 1.
If you had a chance to choose who would join you on a journey around the moon, who would it be?
You may want to choose someone who is kind, resourceful, or a good problem solver.
Each of us bring different strengths to the table, and we work together to accomplish the mission.
Hi. Hello. Didn't you know? My whole team, we be running this show.
Most importantly, though, you want to choose someone you can spend 10 days with and not get on each other's nerves. Use the hashtag NASA Moon Crew on social media and share your crew selections with us.
Gotta wonder if that's even possible. I'm not sure that it's even possible. What do you guys think? I don't know.
Times the speed of sound shortly after we enter that blackout period. Once we exit the blackout period, of course, we're in the denser regions of the Earth's atmosphere, and then we get set up for the parachute deployment sequence. First, the deployment of 3 forward bay cover chutes that will pull essentially the top.
We will have a full understanding of the science behind, well, a very precursory understanding of the science of this. I think it's vital that we have a look and learn who these astronauts are as well, though. We will do that right away. Thanks again for being here, guys. Hit the thumbs up. Big sucker for NASA stuff. Have been since I was a bebe.
Gentle speed of 19 miles an hour. So just to give you some perspective, at the time that we enter the Earth's atmosphere, we're traveling somewhere around Mach 32.
Mach 32.
Splash down at a speed of about 19 miles an hour. The G-forces that will build on the crew members inside Integrity will build to about 3.9 Gs. That is what is expected and what they have trained for and what the spacecraft is designed to support.
All true. Very exciting. So we're going to start with Jeremy Hansen. Jeremy is the one second to the left of center in the crew photograph on the screen there. So just next to the lady.
The latest weather forecast out in the recovery zone off the coast of San Diego is a go forecast from our meteorologists here at the Spaceflight Meteorology Group at the Johnson Space Center. And standing by on the deck of the USS John Murtha is my colleague from the Kennedy Space Center, Megan Cruz. Megan?
Hey there, Rob. Yeah, welcome to the bow of the USS John Murtha. This is where we will report out live updates from the ship as NASA and the U.S. military work to recover our Artemis II astronauts in just about an hour and a half. How exciting. Now, right now, as you can see, we are out in the Pacific Ocean. We are just west of San Diego. We're actually staged about 6.5 miles away from where we expect Orion to splash down. And then we will incrementally move closer. So at the time of splashdown, we'll be about 5 miles away, and then we will move to 3.2 miles away.
Shout out sunny San Diego. I mean, a NASA splashdown at sunset. I mean, so many. I mean, I think Samantha said she's going to be in that area too. I asked her to take a link and give us a vibe. I guess they're going to the some place that's hosting a viewing party, a watch party. Exciting stuff, man.
We'll pause, make sure that all the debris that might be coming down with Orion, because basically some parts of like the parachute system, they're jettisoned off Orion during descent. So we'll just want to make sure that those all land in the water and that we are safe to move even closer. So we will make sure that we can move a little closer, and at that point we will move to a mile away from Orion. And at that point the ship will circle the capsule while NASA and Navy recovery forces work to get our astronauts out, and we should have great views of the bow from here. But also we have a ton of cameras all around the ship. For example, we actually have some cameras right to the left of me here on the bow. These are very strong, stabilized cameras. We can really get up close to make sure that we are sharing all the images we have available to you. We also will have some views from above. We actually have 5 planes providing live views of splashdown today. In fact, some of those aerial assets just took off from San Diego minutes ago.
We have a lot of this to look at. I mean, let's have a quick look, because I want to make sure we fit all of them in before we begin here. We're going to start with Jeremy. Let's see here. Each one of these individuals are just incredible. I mean, their resumes are like nothing you'll ever see.
I have this very distinct memory of seeing an image of...
Give me a second. Make sure I got this right. Yes. So this first one is Jeremy Hansen. Amazing. And we'll finish up with the commander of the shuttle.
An astronaut standing on the moon. It's burnt in my brain because I went back to it so many times in my childhood, and I would look at that image, and I know it had a huge impact on me that humans had walked on the moon. My name is Colonel Jeremy Hansen. I'm an astronaut with the Canadian Space Agency, and I'm a mission specialist on NASA's Artemis II mission around the moon. My elementary school years, I grew up on a farm outside of London, Ontario. I spent as much time as I could with my dad on the farm. I learned the value of hard work, for example. If I wanted to go to work with Dad, it was going to be a long day, and I was going to have to not complain, or I wasn't going to get to go the next day. I had a treehouse. I had a vivid imagination, and I changed my treehouse into a spaceship. I made all these dials and controls. I had circuit breakers for switches that I found in the barn, and I was exploring space in my imagination. The most important thing I did to get to where I wanted to go in life, which was flying fighter jets and eventually becoming an astronaut, is I shared those desires with other people. And it turns out, just like you don't go to the moon on your own, if you could, I would have done it a long time ago in my treehouse as a kid, you have to go as a team. I think the biggest impediment to achieving my goals was, of course, myself. And I think that's a common human experience. There are many times where just little things would get in my way, and my immediate interpretation of that was, well, now that goal's out the window. You know, people must have lifted me back up, and somewhere in the back of my head, that persistence came through. And I think that's a common human experience, to doubt ourselves. I've come to this, I guess, realization that I believe that we all have gifts to contribute, and the goal is to figure out how to use your energy towards adding positively to humanity's existence on this planet. But I love it when humanity sets big goals, like sending humans to the surface of the moon with an eye to eventually going to Mars, because when we do that, we can bring together genius from not just even in one country, but around the world. I've also learned from my indigenous mentors that they refer to the moon as Grandmother Moon. So you've probably heard of Mother Earth. They use Grandmother Moon because Grandmother Moon is responsible for the water in their community, just like the moon moves the water around the planet, affects the tides. And I think that's a really beautiful thing for us as we go back to the moon, to think about all the different cultures around the world and how they view the moon differently. And that's really neat because we all share that same moon in the night sky.
So cool. So let me unmute them and see what they're yapping about.
That was November 2022. A month later, all the planning.
We'll have a look at each one of the individual astronauts as well. That was just the first one there.
For this, how does it feel to be so close to welcoming our friends, our astronauts, home?
I mean, for the whole team, I walked around the ship this morning, just kind of visiting with a lot of people, a lot of groups, and just kind of get the feel of them. And everyone has that same kind of mentality. Everyone's excited, everyone's thrilled to see all that work that we've been doing, like you said, for the last 3 years, since right after the last one came back till now. And some people even further back, some of them go back a decade or more. So
Georgia Peach is in the house. Lunatic Farmers driving. Be careful, sweetheart. Hope everyone's feeling good out there. Marie's back with us. What up? What up, Marie? Yeah, I'm so envious of everyone in San Diego. I don't often get envious, but sheesh. Alicia J, welcome back. Thanks for being here. Let's see here. I'm going to just scoot through to say hello to everyone. Joe, good to see you as always. Thanks so much for joining us. Georgia Peach. I think it's Grandma Sherry's in the house. Pretty Hate Machine, welcome back. Oh, good. I'm glad you're here for it. I was gonna listen. I spent so much time like following this stuff the past 10 days that I was gonna watch it anyways. I figured why not go live and enjoy it with you all. What's up, Headstones? Great live stream. I listened to the whole thing. Headstones was covering some true crime around here. Remember that? Remember that? Does anyone remember that? Let's scan ahead. So this is a look inside the cockpit. Let's look at how big the Earth is becoming from their vantage point. Like a big fucking blue marble in the sky. Amazing. Just amazing. Flat Earthers everywhere having a rough week. Sorry, guys. It's all good. Don't worry. You'll be okay.
And enabling a 24-hour period of systems checkouts before the flight control team here and the mission management team gave approval for Integrity to conduct its translunar injection that propelled it on its way to the moon and its historic lunar flyby. So the total distance we expect this vehicle to have traveled at splashdown, 694,481 statute miles.
Holy shit, dude. That's amazing. That's amazing. There you see the countdown, the official countdown for splashdown is in the upper right left-hand corner of NASA's live broadcast there.
With everything proceeding on track and on time aboard Integrity, the vehicle system is in excellent shape as the Earth grows larger in the field of view. Let's go back to the USS John Murtha and Megan Cruz, who is standing by.
Megan Cruz on a ship. I mean, irony.
Hey, yeah, Rob, welcome back.
I mean, that's like John Locke being out in the woods. What the hell?
Again, we are out in the Pacific Ocean, staged just about 6.5 miles from where we expect Orion to splash down now in just over an hour. How exciting. And the weather, awesome conditions here. I know you see some wind blowing around my hair, but really nothing to speak of when it comes to having to recover our astronauts, as well as no waves here, really. So yeah, we're expecting a really great day. Also, hopefully, some really great views. You can see behind me that some of the clouds are starting to break up, so that's really exciting. And now, of course, this ship has a lot of people ready and excited to welcome our crew back home, including Dr. Rick Schuring here. He is a NASA flight surgeon. Great to have you here, Rick.
You too, Megan. It is a blessing to be out here this day with our teams. We've trained 3 years for this nonstop with the U.S. Navy and along with EGS, and we've so looked forward to this day. And you know, just by God's grace, everything's parting, the skies and everything. The crew's doing great. Looking forward to come back, and our teams are ready. So this is one of those days you've dreamt about, and now it's finally here, and we're ready, and just thankful to be a part of it.
Yeah, you play a really integral role. When was the last time you spoke to the crew, and how are they feeling in this last hour before splashdown?
Sure. Yeah, so the crew woke up. When they splashed down, they were woken up about 8.5 hours ago. Me and my fellow crew surgeons, Doctors Chris Haas and Rafi Kumjian from the Canadian Space Agency, spoke with them about 6.5 hours ago, just to double check on how they were doing, if there's any medical issues, you know, how they slept, and then kind of go over their landing day protocol for their medications, for what we call a fluid load, to try to replace some of the fluid and electrolytes that they've lost with just a normal space adaptation. Once they got to space, they kind of have to replace some of that fluid to help them with the whole landing kind of readaptation.
All right, guys, I want to show you, I just want to squeeze in here really quickly and show you who Christina, I thought it would be pronounced Cook, but it's pronounced Cook, C-O-C-H. Christina's obviously breaking records because she's a lady. She's also just a badass human being aside from that. So let's have a look and see what she's about. As you can see, everyone's well prepared off the coast of San Diego. The best of the fucking best in the world are there. I mean, I have every confidence. I miss San Diego so much. I was stationed in Oceanside at Camp Pendleton for quite a while. And Oceanside was just outside the main gate. And then, you know, not far down the highway was San Diego. I spent a lot of time down there. Love it so much. I'm sure it's just and it's Friday night too. They're probably having just a blast on the beach there. I truly wish. I don't get envious often, but boy, I tell you what. This is Christina Cook.
I tell a story, which is one that my dad told me before the Apollo missions when he was just a very little boy. He was looking up at the moon with his mom, and his mom said to him, "Don't worry, Ronnie, we'll never get there." Fast forward maybe 70 years later, it's his daughter that's actually going there. And I think that long arc is something that we can all learn from. The idea that the seemingly impossible becomes possible if you just believe in it and are willing to work hard and come together to achieve it. My name is Christina Cook, and I'm a mission specialist for NASA's Artemis II mission around the moon. When I look back at my dreams as a kid, I definitely never thought I would actually get here. I was very pragmatic. Even though I'm a dreamer, I knew that the odds were way against me again, so I might as well do something I'm loving in the meantime. I definitely loved science and math in school and, did pretty well in those things, but I also loved being active. I was always outside. I loved things that made me feel small. I loved looking at the night sky, oftentimes between the pine tree branches, or I loved the ocean. North Carolina also has mountains, and when we go there, I just loved the vastness of all of those things. I loved how they made me feel and what they made me think about, and the vastness of the universe and how much out there was to learn. I'm drawn to exploring. I'm drawn to challenges that involve both mental and physical, and I'd much rather be solving problems wearing a whole lot of equipment and in a harsh environment, and that's just something I've carried with me ever since I was a kid. Thinking about the fears or challenges that I've had to overcome, there are just so many. I mean, basically, it's just been, that has been the journey. I always say to people, do what scares you, and that means I have to follow my own advice. So doing what scares me meant getting on a plane and going to the Antarctic, getting on a plane and going to study abroad in Ghana, applying to become an astronaut, opening the EVA hatch in the airlock and going out of it into the darkness, strapping myself onto a rocket. And so for me, I think that no matter what the challenge, recognizing that if people believe in you and you believe they believe in you, challenges seem always a little bit easier. To me, the moon, it represents history. It is a witness plate. Everything that's ever happened to the moon is still written on the moon. Every single person has looked at the moon their entire lives. We see the same moon. That's something really special. It's just the epitome of a symbol of something that's in each of our hearts, but that's also represents exploration and reaching.
Exciting. Every single one of them, it's almost like they only compete with each other in the way of like who's the cooler person. Let's have a look back inside the capsule. Let me just say something about how fucking incredible it is that we could just have a live look into this. Look at this. You gotta be kidding me. It's the coolest thing you'll ever see. And I figured, I was gonna go with the captain of the space capsule, but you guys love Victor so much, I figured I might as well save him for last. But let's have a look in and see what they're up to. Everybody loves Victor. They are cooking. I think last they said it was something along the lines of 18,000 miles per hour currently. I think they'll be entering the Earth's atmosphere 25,000 miles per hour. They're built for this. It's truly, truly amazing. Let me just say hello to chat again. I hope everyone's well. I'm going to go with the blues music because I downloaded some like space music, but it seems too ominous. This is a cheerful occasion. This is fucking badass. Excuse my language. I haven't been this anxious since the space shuttle Columbus accident. I spent 2 weeks on a recovery detail in Texas for that. Oh my God. Yeah, I remember. I was talking to my sister yesterday, and she reminded me of for some reason I had a false memory that I was in school, but I wasn't. I don't know why I wasn't in school, but I remember the old ratchety friggin' house that I was in when it happened. It was they showed it on like a normal channel, and for some reason I was up at like 4:35 in the morning, and I woke my sister up because I was just like I took her to the TV after the space shuttle had blown up, and I was just like, what just happened? What was that? I was too young to understand what it was. Nothing good. That house that I lived in at that time had a friggin' outhouse, and I'm not even that old. I mean, it was just it was crazy. Outhouse and kerosene heaters. Yeah, the weather should be perfect down there. Deanna M, good to see you. Tennis ball, Temmie. Look at that shot, dude. That's a live shot. Live-ish. As live as a shot can be. But they are cooking towards Earth. It's a beautiful sight right there. Look how peaceful the Earth looks. It's almost difficult to tell that it's a planet full of absolute fucking maniacs, huh? Twisty, good to see you. I'm sorry if I missed anyone. I'm scooting through chat here. Very exciting. We're just 1 hour away from splashdown in the Pacific, just off the coast. Let's listen to what they're saying, shall we?
36,000 feet per second. And in order to slow down to a nice, graceful splashdown in the Pacific Ocean, the flight crew is going to experience between 3 and 4 times the force of Earth's gravity. On Artemis 1, pressure buildup inside the char layer of the heat shield resulted in the char losses we saw. NASA established a Tiger team whose job was to investigate the cause of the problem and then make recommendations on how to fly the Artemis II mission safely and successfully. And so for Artemis II, we are going to fly a profile that ensures the spacecraft will not see that same type of pressure profile. And so the char losses seen on Artemis II will not be like the ones that we saw on Artemis I.
Rick Henfling indicated that the orientation of the spacecraft and the shortening of the distance of transit to the splashdown zone from the point of entry interface when we reach the top of the Earth's atmosphere, which will be coming up at 6:53 and 30 seconds p.m. Central Time, should do the trick in minimizing the deleterious forces against that heat shield that were noticed on the Artemis I mission.
We think we see a beautiful sunrise over the west coast of Australia.
Shout out Australia.
We copy.
Commander Reed Wiseman reveling in his final hour in space on this mission as Integrity is passing over the southwest coast of Australia now at an altitude of some 7,600 nautical miles. That will begin the southwest and northeasterly transit across the Pacific Ocean. Let's talk a little bit more about some of the highlights and some of the numbers associated with the points of interest here. We are 27 and a half minutes away from crew module, service module separation. That will be followed about 3.5 minutes later by the raise burn that we've discussed, a 19-second burn of Integrity's thrusters to fine-tune its
I've got 18. They've got it down 18.2 seconds. It's going to be pretty incredible. And as you may have just heard him say, at 9:33, the crew mod will separate from its service module. Service module, I was talking about Great Britain and how they very much have a hand in this space mission. That almost that whole support capsule that they have, or so what do they refer service module is what they refer to it as. It's like the bottom chunk. That's basically all from the Brits. So shout out to the Brits as well. As you guys know, we have a Canadian astronaut there with us too. So this is a truly international endeavor that we're dealing with here.
Attack as it enters the Earth's atmosphere. Entry interface is scheduled 47.5 minutes from now. That's the point at which we will reach the top of the Earth's atmosphere, traveling about 34,882 feet per second at an altitude of 400,000 feet. Just 24 seconds after entry interface, we will begin a blackout period of 6 minutes in duration at 6:53 and 54 seconds p.m. Central Time.
Thank you, and sorry I was muted. What I was saying is, this estimated 6 hour, or sorry, 6 minute blackout, communication blackout. That's because of the intense speed and the heat. It's going to be. Yes, I know I'm muted, and I am no longer. Sorry about that, guys. Shit happens. So that's 6 minutes, and historically with other space flights returning, whether it be capsules or shuttles themselves, I think they've estimated 5.5, 6 minutes. This has lasted upwards of 8 minutes, so it turned out to be a real nail-biting situation in Houston. Again, it's going to be landing in the Pacific Ocean just off the coast of San Diego, right around right around sunset. How fucking beautiful is that? Pretty awesome. I'm not muted anymore, but I'm good. And I also wanted to let you know that they've just mentioned at 9:33 Pacific time, or 6:33 hour, or was it? Let's see. Yeah, 9:33 Pacific time. The crew module will separate from the British. So the service module that the capsule is connected to is basically all made in Great Britain. So shout out to their space program. And also we know that there's a Canadian astronaut here too. So it's a truly international endeavor that we're dealing with here. Sorry about the mute button. It's my actual only enemy in life.
Now, right about 10 seconds after the blackout period begins, we are expected to reach peak speed, which would be 24,661 miles an hour.
I'm not sure even how to quantify that in my head. I mean, there's no way to understand how quick that is. I mean, the only like really rudimentary understanding that I have is I heard some of these NASA people saying it would be, imagine being able to travel from New York to Los Angeles in just over 5 seconds. If that gives you any indication, it still doesn't. I mean, our brains aren't going to allow us. So like, it doesn't make sense. I mean, unless you're some type of scientist that studies things like that. 25,000 miles per hour. Like, okay.
That'll be about 103 miles an hour short of the velocity record set by the Apollo 10 astronauts, Tom Stafford, Gene Cernan, and John Young, when they returned from the moon on the Apollo 10 mission in 1969. That blackout period is expected to last 6 minutes in duration. At 6:54 and 52 seconds p.m. Central Time, we'll reach our peak heating period of about 4,000 to 5,000 degrees while we're in a communications blackout.
He says between 4,000 and 5,000 degrees. I mean, 5,000 degrees, that's roughly half the temperature of the sun, if to give you any indication. Again, these numbers and these, it's almost impossible for me to really get a grasp on what it is. I am no astronomer, astrologist, whatever it is, at all. I'm just a looky-loo. I'm just a fan. I'm like a big damn kid when I listen to this shit. What's up, Twisty? Cheese is in the house. What's up, my dude? Queen Bella OG. I'm sorry if I missed anybody. Face of America YouTube. Good to see you. Troopers and Iris Mom. Yes, it is live. Well, because I keep pausing, we're just a few minutes behind. But yes, mostly live.
from Integrity and its astronauts. That blackout should end at 6:59 and 55 seconds p.m. Central Time, at which point we expect to regain communications with the crew. Capcom Jackie Mahaffey here in the flight control room will be talking to the crew, calling them. And
So we're 5 minutes behind. I'll make sure we're right on time once we get closer, though, I assure you. I still want to show you guys the biography of the captain of this mission, as well as everybody's favorite Victor. So I insist on squeezing these in here because it's important. I mean, once this is all said and done, these great, the great photographs and all the great footage they've captured, that's going to be remembered. But I think, let's celebrate the human beings that are doing it. It's pretty incredible. Pretty incredible. And what a refreshing thing to see human beings doing something worthwhile instead of, I don't know, blowing each other up, both actually and metaphorically. Anyways.
We'll await a response from the crew as they come out of that blackout period. And at that point, their altitude will be just 157,000 feet above the Earth, traveling at 13,000 feet per second, with a range to splashdown of just 147 nautical miles. From that point on, the next key series of events will be the deployment of a series of parachutes that we discussed before. First, the forward bay cover chute deploy that will pull the forward bay cover away from the top.
There is a bit of a debate going online as to what color that the parachutes were going to be. I don't know. I think somebody knows for sure, but I saw a debate earlier. It was quite funny.
Of Integrity, followed by drogue chute deploy, and then the main chute deploy that's expected at 7:04 and 44 seconds p.m. Central Time. That will begin the gentle descent of Integrity towards its splashdown at just a velocity of just 19 miles an hour. And that will begin the recovery operations that you just heard Megan Cruz discuss with her folks on the USS John Murtha. All of Integrity's systems in great shape. The crew is suited up. Leak checks complete as we stand by for the next major milestone, which will be the crew module service module separation just 24.5 minutes from now.
Yes, that's going to be incredible. Okay, let's take this chance to squeeze in the video. Let's have a look at the captain of the ship. This guy, I'm not sure how. I know as old grumpy man, you hear people say, oh, they don't make them like they used to. But Reed Wiseman, I don't think they ever made people like him before, and I doubt they will again. Just an incredible human being, also suffering through great tragedy in his own personal life. Like you saw in my intro video, both his wife and his mom passed away within a month of each other. So losing two of the most vital women to his existence, and then he strapped himself to a stinking rocket, and here we are. He was able to name a crater on the moon after his dear lost wife, and her name is Carol. So let's check him out, shall we? And then we'll finish with everybody's favorite Victor. But it's a shirt on video of Victor. Sorry, ladies.
The moon, to me, it's the thing that connects me together with all the other humans in my life. I remember being a little kid lying in bed at night and just looking out at the moon in whatever phase it was in, and I was thinking, man, my friends that live like 20 miles away, they can probably look out and see that same exact moon. And then when I was in the Navy and I would look out at the moon and I'd be halfway around the planet, I would think, man, my brother can see that moon where he is, and he's halfway around the planet from where I am. To me, it's a connection of life on Earth. We can all look up and see that moon, and it's always changing. The moon is never the same 2 days in a row. I love that. My name is Reed Wiseman. I'm the commander of NASA's Artemis II mission around the moon. I grew up in a little town just north of Baltimore, Maryland, about 20 miles north of the city. There was a National Guard base nearby my house, and there were A-10 aircraft that would fly over every now and then. I just would look up at them and be like, man, I want to be up there. I want to go do that. And then my brother went to the Naval Academy, and I would go every year and watch the Blue Angels fly during commencement. And that just started to grow and grow and grow. For a while, I wanted to join the Air Force, and then I realized Navy flies as well, and they fly from ships in the middle of the ocean. And that was it, like, done deal for me. That is exactly what I wanted to do for my career. Flying is freedom to me, especially when you're in a jet aircraft coming off of an aircraft carrier in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Nearest land is over 1,500 miles away. So when you come off of that aircraft carrier, you are truly just alone with yourself out there. It is a magical experience to be out there all by yourself in an aircraft over the Pacific. It's free. I think anybody who accomplishes something that they set their mind out to, there's no one thing that does it for them. It's a combination of everything. I mean, the way my parents raised me, the way my brother and I, the way our relationship developed over time, my friends, being in the marching band, going to college, setting my own course, learning how to live on my own, being mentored along the way, being, kept on the path to success, but being given the freedom to,
Okay, I mean, if you're looking for a name of a punk rock band, if you're a garage band out there and you're looking for a name, I mean, Band Geeks in Space isn't so bad, I'm just going to say.
Make excursions and fail every now and then and regroup and carry on. I think all those things come together in the end to get you where you are. I've had to overcome, I'm a human being. I've had to overcome a lot of fears. I'm pretty scared of heights. I joked about that on the International Space Station, but it turns out I'm only scared like at the edge of a building. When you're up on the International Space Station, even though you're 250 miles up, I never had that feeling of falling or that I was, at risk up there. I just kind of loved the feeling of floating and looking down at Earth. There have been challenges all throughout my life. By far, the biggest challenge was losing my wife in 2020 to cancer and now raising two daughters who are grown up now, but that's been the biggest challenge by far I've ever had to face. It is not easy. Being an only parent, trying to work a full-time job, and raising two kids is something that I think about every single day. I'm very proud of the work I've done. I haven't always done it well, but I've always shown up and tried as hard as I possibly can.
Amazing. Look what human beings are capable of. I mean, amazing. It's just simply amazing. There's nothing else you can say. All right, let me get rid of that guy, and then we'll get back into the live shot here, see what they're yapping about. Capcom is, of course, capsule communication. Very exciting stuff, dude. Let's see, what are they up to?
Just to give you some time hacks here, we're 13.5 minutes away from crew module, service module separation, and just 17 minutes away from the raise burn, that 19-second firing of the thrusters that will basically be the final fine-tuning of the angle of attack for integrity as it enters the Earth's atmosphere.
And welcome in, everybody. I didn't say hello to you yet. Truth Seeker, how's it going? Troopers and Iris Mom. All the good people are here tonight. Awesome. Yeah, I mean, we're just putting the drama to the side for the night. This is way more cool, way more cooler, way more exciting. I mean, what the fuck? Although for my true drama heads out there, I hear QB's kicked off of YouTube for 90 days. She said she was going to go live never mind. Tomorrow, my friends, we'll dramatize.
Some of the assets that are involved in recovery operations today. The
integrity, cabin configured, all crew suited and seated.
Suited and seated.
Copy.
That confirmation from Reed Wiseman aboard Integrity, as you see the assets being deployed to the splashdown zone. At the time of splashdown, we expect the John P. Murtha to be about 5 miles away from Integrity, keeping a safe distance until we are sure that the vehicle is in the water and upright, and that it is in a good configuration system-wide for the recovery teams to begin to approach the vehicle to erect that inflatable raft.
2 minutes to CM RCS warm-up hot fire.
They said he wrecked. That's funny.
We're ready.
That call from spacecraft communicator Jackie Mahaffey indicating that we're 2 minutes away from a quick burst of the reaction control system. Thrusters, that will be a hot fire test.
Shut up, Miss Mahaffey.
Prior to the separation of the crew module from the service module. The European service module has performed flawlessly throughout this flight. Everything, all the burns that had been prescribed have been executed.
Choo-choo, motherfucker. Excuse the train. I live right by the tracks here. Nothing I can do about that. And also, straight up, shout out Great Britain. Good Lord, I mean, that service module was like a complete lifeline. The batteries, all the good stuff. I'm a little disappointed they said, okay, train. I'm a little disappointed they say European service module when it was in fact mostly Great Britain's space program that provided that for us. But anyway, so let me squeeze in this bio of Victor. Everybody loves Victor. I mean, there's just no way around it. The Victor.
I do wonder what it's going to be like when we are really far from Earth and can see it. The sensation of being so far away from everything that you know. I had that sensation on the space station the first time I got to sit in the cupola for a really long time. So I can only imagine what that's going to be like from 200,000 plus miles away. My name is Victor Glover, and I'm the pilot for NASA's Artemis II mission around the moon. When I was in 4th grade, I was 10 years old, and that's when the Challenger accident happened. And it helped me understand how the general public felt about the astronaut corps, right? Like, these are the people that we want to be. And that just gave me an easy thing to strive toward. The biggest fear that I've had to overcome in my life is doubting myself. Going to college when no one in my family had gone to college was a huge risk. I had more confidence in my athletic ability than in my academic abilities. I could play football with those college students that I saw on TV. But my classmates that I saw in the lab and around the University Union, I didn't know if I had what they had. I think addressing that self-doubt was a part of, swinging for the fence and trying to go get an engineering degree, not just go to college, but get an engineering degree and then go do something challenging and technical like flying. Apollo is known for sending humans to the moon. Artemis has an opportunity to continue the Apollo story, but I actually think it's important for this story to stand on its own. Artemis is a new program, and we're trying to do new things. And it's great to compare and contrast. When you look at our spaceship, you can see parts that were designed, built, and integrated in another country. When you look at our crew, you see that our crew is international. There are also men and women. And I just think that comparing and contrasting makes the story even richer. The piloting role specifically, I will have an hour and a half or so where I get to fly the spacecraft by hand. We haven't flown that many spaceships. And so the ability to fly one actually in space on a test mission is just a really unique opportunity. I can't tell you how I'm going to feel when we fly by the moon and see the moon up close and the Earth from 250,000 miles away, but I don't use the word excited because I'm focused. What we do, this is very serious and it's very risky, and we are all intimately familiar with that risk. And so if we go out there and we're successful and we can pass that baton on to Artemis III, that's something to really be excited about.
Artemis III will be stepping foot back onto the moon to begin a moon base. Let's get back in here. Let's get us live.
We are on a communications link now through the tracking and data relay satellite system. Now, following splashdown, we're going to lose that link and go to what's called a VLDR, a very low data rate communications link, so that we can talk to the crew inside Integrity as they are on the water.
Integrity, confirm we do see good GPS.
We do too, especially GPS 1 is accepting in nav channels 1 and 3.
That GPS data is basically telling Integrity's onboard computers its position relative to the Earth, but its trajectory and its orientation according to flight dynamics and the guidance, navigation, and control officer is spot on.
Spot on.
We have now armed.
So I don't know if you guys got the news, but the shitter was eventually fixed, so they were able to use the bathroom like civilized human beings. If you got, let me end this poll, and then I'm going to start a new one. Are you guys interested in learning about how their toilet worked? It's actually pretty incredible technology, strangely enough. It's been a main point of conversation in the media, and of course a lot from NASA's broadcast as well. I think because it's just funny, Let's see, go to my channel and let me quickly end that poll. And I've got a couple other poll questions for you as well. And thank you so much, Jack of Spades, for the Cash App. Drop a 20 on it. Drop a 20 on it. I very much appreciate it. Very kind of you. A couple fucking cheeseburgers is what I'm talking about. Let's see. There it is. We'll get back into the drama tomorrow, I promise. Let's see. So where do we stand on this poll? Let me just quickly look and have a sheet here. Let's see. Where are we at? Oops, wrong button. 52% of you say yes, you would go to the moon, Alice. That's so cool. I think, I mean, I can't imagine a world where I would say no for any specific reason. I mean, of course I would go. Why? How could you not? So thanks so much for participating in that poll. Badass. Man, that train's really clunking by slowly. Looks like there's some that's likely radiation interference that you're seeing on the camera that's causing that very uniform, almost looks like digital rain. That's not something that I'm doing here. That's directly coming from the camera strapped to the side of this mofo. So that's likely you see it a lot too with a bunch of the photography that came back of the quote unquote dark side of the moon, or the far side of the moon, as it were, as we've learned. There were these little bright dots, and it wasn't from like the impacts that we were talking about in the last live stream about this. It was something different. It's specific. They look like lights. I mean, straight up look like lights. And a lot of people were like, whoa, the conspiracy theorists lost their mind. And then, photographers and people that are just intelligent were just like, no, that's radiation interference with the mechanism, with the camera itself. Of course, conspiracy theorists are saying, oh, of course it is, you know what it is. But I feel confident that is the case, because it does look crazy. It's like dotted with sparkly lights. It's like, wait a second here. Rod's in the house. So good to see you guys. Tora 9860-7's back with us. Thanks for being here. Grandma Sherry, sorry if I missed anybody. Hope I didn't miss anybody. So this is the live stream. It's so exciting, as you can see the countdown. Well, actually, the countdown's not there anymore. Oh, yes, it is. Yes, it is. Why is it not on my shot here? Let me see what's going on. Let me see. The countdown should be in the upper left-hand corner. Let me see. Maybe it's just the angle of this thing. Yeah, okay. See, if I go back, the countdown's there. It's just they've taken the countdown off. I wish I had one of my own running alongside. Thank you so much, Rocketbit. Very kind of you. Thank you, Sinner, for doing this live. You're more than welcome. I'm a nerd with this shit. I love it so much. I'm not the most knowledgeable, scientist or what not, but I do love it so much that days like this, I truly feel like a big damn kid. Did some manual labor earlier today, dug up and turned over a garden for a family friend. Couldn't do it herself, and felt my age out there digging dirt. Feels good though. The sun is shining here in Pittsburgh, 75 degrees. Well, actually, it was shining. Now it's beginning to rain, but still beautiful. And if you ask me, let's just have a quick look at a video that may describe maybe more clearly to some people what the mission is here. With this, oh, there goes the separation. Oh shit. Hold on a second. Damn, I didn't want to miss that. I am amateur on a professional level.
The European service module now separated from Integrity. A job well done.
Wow. I'm going to go back.
Integrity, no action for the 4 CDH cautions.
I'm going to go back because I feel like a dick for missing that. This is incredible. Excuse my language. Whoa, that's badass, dude.
And we have confirmation of crew module, service module separation.
That's incredible.
And a great view, albeit momentarily.
Houston, good step on board.
Houston copies and concurs.
The European
sparks everywhere.
Now separated from Integrity. A job well done.
That's just from sheer
Integrity,
speed,
no
dude.
action for the 4 CDH cautions. Those are SM related, not applicable.
Integrity.
So cool. Well, we didn't miss it. I was just talking over it. It took me off guard.
So, with Integrity now flying free on its own for the remaining 32 minutes of this mission. Next up, the raise burn, a 19-second firing of Integrity's thrusters.
Good GPS 2.
Integrity copies, good GPS 2.
I would love it if they had the countdown on the screen.
Coming up on the 2-minute mark until the raise burn. Again, this is the final tweaking of the orientation of Integrity to put it in the right angle, if you will, the angle of attack that it will fly in during its entrance into the Earth's atmosphere. Entry interface now just 18 minutes, 25 seconds away.
Oh, dude, it's getting so exciting.
This is a visualization, but driven by real-time telemetry. This is the maneuvering of Integrity to the raise burn orientation.
Shout out telemetry. Okay, I want to show you just quickly what their mission is here. It's pretty incredible. Essentially, they're scouting out the moon for a future, the Artemis III that's going pretty quickly behind them, and they're going to be actually putting feet back on the moon for the first time in a very long time. Excuse the train, guys. It's part of the show.
The Artemis II mission is a test mission of the Orion space capsule.
Artemis II will be the first time we put humans on this rocket.
We're going back to the moon because it's the next step in our journey to Mars.
We were always going to the moon.
Pushing ourselves to explore is just core to who we are. It's a part of being a human.
And lift off.
We shall return.
Continuing to test out every bit of Orion.
Coming back to Earth, 7 miles a second.
When humanity sets big goals, we can bring together genius from around the world.
You have the best people on planet Earth putting this vehicle together. That's what's up.
To innovate for the benefit of humanity and to inspire the world through discovery.
And here we go.
Let's go indeed. It's so exciting. I don't know about you guys, but I'm rocking back and forth over here. Just moments away. Like they said, there'll be a 6-minute blackout period with no communication. That's because of the sheer intense fucking physics that will be occurring in and around that capsule. Oh, thank you so much, Pretty Hate Machine. That's so kind of you. This is my kind of drama. Praying for a safe plunge. Yes. I have all confidence in a safe plunge. And thanks again, Rocketbit. You rock. Lunatic Farmer, I think I said hello. There's Pretty Hate Machines. Thank you so much. Oh, did I do that? Do I have this paused? No, it's moving. Just not much happening. Everybody's sort of just holding their breath. Years and years of research, years and years of trial and error. Amazing. This is thousands of people's hard work historically, all culminating to, strapping 4 human beings to a rocket and shooting them into space. I mean, it's really that simple. Well, it's far more complicated, but really, it's just that simple. I mean, what else can you say? So we wait. If you haven't had a chance to see the photography coming back from this mission, do yourself a favor. We'll have a look at some of it. Remember when Nixon called the Apollo astronauts on a rotary phone? Yeah. What's up, Summer? Toe Beans is in the house. You missed saying hi to me. No, I didn't. I just did. Got her. Yeah, I'm sorry. Sometimes it's difficult. Once I get to yapping, and I'm just learning how to present 2 different screens at the same time. I'm such a simple person that I'm doing this all on a Chromebook. So if I don't focus on what I'm doing, I lose task. Platform Boots is back in the house. So this is a different kind of drama tonight. I think the parachutes will be yellow or orange. Okay, I think most people think they're going to be orange, but NASA for some reason wasn't answering. Yeah, you made it home in time. Awesome. Step B is back in the house. Thanks so much for being here, guys. Look at that video of us. Hit that thumbs up. We'll get back into the useless YouTube drama tomorrow. Plus, there's a bunch of new stuff in the Epstein files. We're going to get into that the next couple of days as well. But tonight, folks, it's all about these astronauts and this amazing physical feat that they've performed, or are performing, I should say. Get some blues going here. Please let me know if that music is too loud in the background. Sometimes that happens. I don't wear headphones, so I can't hear it. 51% of you who voted in the poll would go to the moon if they could. That's it. I mean, like an ideal world, if you were in good physical shape, that wasn't a question. If there was no question, it was merely a decision, yes or no. 51% of you said yes. Maybe they will. I hope they are yellow. That's what I'm counting on too. You knew Kristen McAuliffe? No kidding. She visited my elementary/middle school just a few months before that shuttle took off. And then I watched it with my own eyes. Thanks a lot, NASA, for traumatizing a whole nation of children. I guess there should have been a parent around paying attention to what I was watching. But I watched it and I was like, uh-oh. What's up, Blue? Good to see you. I'm watching NASA with family. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. We were just chilling. This is you can see that they were so generous to put the countdown back up on the screen. That's great.
Discussion on a view of the moon that Integrity's astronauts are seeing in the final minutes of this mission that will be completed with splashdown just 25 minutes from now. 3 forward bay cover parachutes will be used to pull the forward bay cover off the top of the vehicle. Then 2 drogue parachutes will be deployed to slow and stabilize the crew module during its descent, followed by 3 pilot parachutes that will lift and deploy the main parachutes from the forward bay. The final sequence will have 3 main parachutes deployed. These will be 116 feet in diameter, each main parachute approximately 265 feet long when reefed.
Wow, those are big fucking parachutes.
The parachutes will ultimately slow Integrity down from its peak speed of almost 33 times the speed of sound to a gentle 19 miles an hour as splashdown.
I mean, just think about that, from 25,000 miles per hour to a gentle 19 19 miles per hour. Holy. Yeah, it surely is difficult for me to really understand 25,000 miles per hour. What's more concerning for me is the heat. Like I said, 45 to 55, 100 miles per hour. I'm sorry, excuse me. It could be up to 500 to 525 degrees Fahrenheit, which is, I mean, half the temperature of the sun. But NASA's been training for this. They built this shit. Gotta trust the science, man. If any of you are there in San Diego at the beach, like take a link and show me. Let's get a vibe check from San Diego. I'm very envious of
The vehicle is now currently in a roll to the proper attitude for entry interface. Our trajectory is right on according to flight dynamics.
flight dynamics. Yeah, I think I should have been in school that day. I don't know.
Integrity is on a trajectory from southwest and northeast across the Pacific Ocean, descending at a rate of 15,000 feet per second.
Jesus. That's a good chug-a-lug right there, chugging right along. Jesus, out of the hospital. Whoop.
Range to touchdown 4,300 nautical miles, all the systems in excellent shape.
500 degrees in my oven for prime rib, I'm saying. We got this, though. I'm not exactly sure what we're looking at.
Orion in the EI roll 180 attitude.
Looks good on board, Jackie.
Jackie's crushing it, by the way.
This view out of one of Integrity's windows.
Well, thanks, pal.
We had a call for 3 good barrows. Those are barometric pressure sensors that feed altitude and rate of descent information to Integrity's computers that will trigger the parachute deployment sequence. We are less than 9 minutes away from entry interface, 22 minutes from splashdown.
Nice. Southern Gal Jan is back with us again. Got us on our TV, got us on our phone. Lily Forest Face has prime rib, yeast rolls, baked tater, sauteed shrooms, and onions, and a Yingling beer. Ah, man, Yingling's one of my favorites.
See the reflection of one of the crew members in the window.
Oh, I see now. Yingling used to be one of my favorites. I'm a non-drinker now, so. But enjoy. They're really, I mean, it is a good beer. I can say that. I'm not against drinking. I'm just against me drinking. You know what I'm saying?
Out in the Pacific, the weather conditions remain go. Just a few clouds, some scattered clouds. Winds at 10 knots. Wave heights just about 4 feet. A gentle day in the Pacific for the homecoming of Integrity's astronauts.
Condensation occurring there. 10 knots is about just under 12 miles per hour. The wind there. I guess that's in San Diego. Marlene, do you have a view?
Integrity back in EI attitude.
Correct your stinking attitude. Marlena, are anywhere near? What's the vibe?
We see the same on board, Jackie.
What's the vibe in San Diego? Lucky mofos.
Houston, purge is complete. Crew and vehicle are configured for entry.
Configured for entry. That's great news.
Houston copies.
Georgia Peach, thank you so much. Praying for a safe return.
And we're in step 37, transferring nav state to BFS.
I did the prayers. I got my fingers crossed. I got my ankles crossed. I have full confidence. I mean, I feel really good about this. Tri-echelon, no sugars, no alcohols. Yeah, but I'd see the thing is, I'm not going to drink fake beer or near beer. I have no need for it. I've been drinking lots of ginger ales, lots of variations.
And Houston, in instruction 509, we are not below 0.2.
Oh, you're in East County, okay. I think Samantha said she was at the observatory.
No action required.
No action required. All systems go.
Integrity.
It's an odd shot they're offering us here. Very odd shot. It turns out they did all of their iPhones with them in space. So they took a lot of personal photographs.
Now 6 minutes away from entry interface. We will hit the first traces of Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet, traveling about 34,882 feet per second. Ranged splashdown at that point will be 1,701 nautical miles.
Oh, I see Southern Growl Gen. I'm writing it down. I'll check it out. I'm still a sucker for a good old just Shirley Temple. Ginger ale, ginger beers. I like them all. What an odd shot.
Again, just a reminder, some 24 seconds after entry interface, we do expect to lose communications with the vehicle and the crew during a 6-minute blackout period when a plasma shield will build up around the spacecraft due to the ionization, due to heating effects. And Flight Dynamics has just confirmed we will have a blackout period of exactly 6 minutes in duration.
All right.
And once again, that's due to the fact that a plasma buildup around the vehicle will prevent communications and data, so we will not be able to.
And that's all expected. I mean, there were a few flights in the past that they expected like just over 5 minutes, and it took almost 8. So like minute 7.5, like Houston, they were just all looking at each other like, what the fuck? And then it came through. Let's see. I don't drink, but I would try a butter beer if I go back to Disney. A butter beer. I don't even know if there's alcohol. Butter beer. But you know what? I'm a sucker for butter anything. Let's see. I'm gonna let this play. I'm looking at chat. I'm not trying to ignore chat, but I don't want to miss anything that they're saying. This is all incredible. Now Earth looks gigunda again. Looked like a little blue marble just an hour and a half ago. 25,000 miles per hour. That's something quite serious. Serious business, as they say. I love it. I wish I was in San Diego. I really do. It's probably a lot of people just up on the beach just waiting. Butterbeer. Yes, if you do pray, why not do it?
This view from Integrity as it crosses from southwest to northeast across the Pacific Ocean, 3 minutes from entry interface. "16.5 minutes till splashdown."
Let's go.
The USS John P. Murtha and the recovery team is on station and in position, as are the airborne imagery assets that we hope to receive imagery from as Artemis enters the Earth's atmosphere and through parachute deployment.
Look at the beautiful blue color coming from the sun blasting its light upon our mostly water-covered marble in the sky. Like, look at this thing, dude. It's so amazing.
All of Integrity's systems are in great shape. The crew is ready to complete its mission just 15.5 minutes from now. All of the activities today have gone off in perfect fashion. No issues with the vehicle, no issues with the crew. And the weather at the splashdown site is go.
We love go. We love go. Look at that, though. Before you know it, they're going to be back on Earth with all the rest of the mindless animals making war. That's okay though. For 10 days they had peace. So, I mean, some people don't get 10 days of peace in their whole life. You might hear sonic
Coming
booms.
up on 1 minute until entry interface.
Yeah, Marlena, you should still be able to hear the sonic booms for sure. I know when this shuttle took off and those rockets, it was at that moment the loudest thing on Earth in that moment. Think about that, like of all of that, on the entire planet, everything occurring, still was the loudest thing for just a few fractions of a second.
1 minute until entry interface. 1 minute, 20 seconds until the expected start of our 6-minute blackout.
Integrity, 1 minute to a 6-minute blackout.
Oh boy, this is giving me anxiety now. I screenshotted that. Thanks, Face of America. I'm gonna try it. That is so fast, Southern Galjan. Holy cow. See all the Grandma Sherry says, see all them lines separating countries? Neither does God. Amen, sister. We have gotten ourselves into quite a fucking pickle on this planet, haven't we? How long do
10
they?
seconds till entry interface.
They'll be picked up damn near immediately, Summer. The ship is sitting there waiting with all the resources, helicopters. There are buoyancy mechanisms.
And we have crossed the threshold, now entering the Earth's atmosphere. We're at 400,000 feet, traveling 34,800 feet per second.
Rock and fucking roll. I forgot what I was saying. Oh, they should be picked up immediately.
Splash down 13 minutes, 10 seconds.
There are buoyancy mechanisms upon the capsule that will balance out and level it. They automatically compensate and will inflate in the exact amount to make it level. And
as predicted, we've entered our communications blackout.
There
This
we
will be a
go.
6-minute blackout period. No voice, no data from the crew.
Here we go, guys. Exciting stuff. Oh man, I'm glad.
30 seconds away from the anticipated point of peak heating on the vehicle, where temperatures will rise to about 4,000 to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. This is the true test of our trajectory.
That's about half the temperature of the sun, folks. My goodness, this is going to give me anxiety.
And from the G5 aircraft in the vicinity of the splashdown zone, this view of integrity.
Wow.
So
Wow.
Point of light shows the vehicle as it enters the period of peak heating in the Earth's atmosphere, the first tug of gravity being felt by Integrity's astronauts since their launch back on April 1st.
Here we go, guys. You want to hear the sonic boom? I remember the Blue Angels flying over Pittsburgh as a kid, causing the sonic boom.
4.5 minutes until the end of the blackout period.
4.5 minutes.
Time to splash down, 11 minutes, 33 seconds.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Let's listen to a song. Not much else. There's not much these guys can tell us in this next 4.5 minutes. We might as well listen to a tune, huh? Something relevant. Let's see. I should have planned this better and had this song prepared, but I don't. So please do bear with me. Be just a tad of trial and error to ensure that I don't.
The landing and support officer reports that the P3 has acquisition on integrity. Three and a half minutes left in this blackout period. This is a visualization of the plasma buildup around around the spacecraft and the repelling of that heat on Integrity's heat shield.
With music, I muted the wrong thing. Derp. But here we go. Enjoy.
Somewhere over the rainbow, way up high, there's a land that I've heard of once in a lullaby. Somewhere over the rainbow, skies are blue, and the dreams that you dare to dream really do come true. Someday I'll wish upon a star and wake up where the clouds are far behind me, where troubles melt like lemon drops, way above the chimney tops. That's where you'll find me. Somewhere over the rainbow, skies are blue, and the dreams that you dare to dream really do come true.
Yeah, sorry for the audio buggery. I do apologize. I had the wrong thing muted. Go figure. We're in the blackout zone. The reason I didn't play the first version, and I tend to agree, the first version was better. It was much too long. We only had a minute or two to work with here.
Standing by for communications from the crew. We should be out of the blackout period less than a minute from now.
Oh, thank you so much, Marie. That's so kind of you. Thank you for the time and efforts put in to make this special. We appreciate you, Lemon Pants. Thanks, Marie. You're the best.
Landing and support officer reports the small boats are en route to the splashdown target zone.
There you go, Summer. They're on their way there now. And they're there. Oh, man, I'd love to be one of those guys. How much fun. Incredible. We're witnessing history. That's what's up. 40 seconds, they should be coming through the hot zone. 5,000 degrees, guys. That is correct. Just about half the temperature of the sun.
Passing through 150,000 feet, our trajectory is perfect.
Love words.
Intermittent views.
Love words like perfect.
Of Integrity. Still waiting to establish voice communication.
Should be happening in about 25 seconds. Love words like perfect, though. That's what we want to hear.
Houston, comm check, post blackout.
Houston, Integrity, we have you loud and clear.
Hey-yo. All right, we're in business.
Your trajectory is nominal, and your recovery teams have visual.
That's what I'm talking about. They see them.
Guidance looks good.
No action for the enabled internal camera controller fail.
Perfect.
Big cheers from the viewing room here in Mission Control as voice communication reestablished with Commander Reed Wiseman. For America and a waiting world, Integrity is 5.5 minutes away from coming home.
That's what I'm talking about. How exciting. Perfect. Perfect. Now we get to see exactly.
Passing 100,000 feet now.
They'll get back. We'll collect all the data. Sorry for the flashing.
Down 19 nautical miles.
I do apologize for the flashing. Not much I can do. I'm not sure what that is. That's their shot. I'm not even sure, to be quite honest with you, what we're looking at. Is that the shuttle coming down to Earth, or is that the ocean? It's disorienting, and it's the flashing lights just it's busting my chops over here.
Integrity.
There it is.
To the camera controller fail is no cab 1 views of the chutes.
Turn it up. You got it.
We're processing good data through the GPS system. A good view of integrity. Time to splashdown 4.5 minutes.
4.5 minutes. There it is. Now I'll have to turn them up this way.
And a view of integrity from the WB-57. We're at 50,000 feet.
How's that? It should be better. Look at that thing. Come on, parachutes. I saw something. Let's see. I mean, if that doesn't look like a UFO, I don't know what does. Incredible.
The pyros are armed for forward bay cover jettison.
Those pyros seem to always be armed, aren't they? A lot of them become volunteer firemen, strangely enough. How strange to think that there were just 4 people just chugging along in that thing. There's the parachutes. Looks perfect.
And there go the first series of parachutes.
Oh. Thanks,
And
Colonel
Houston, we're
Dreadnought.
visual 2 drones out the window.
Looks great. Those are the ones that chuck a lot of the speed away. Remember, 25,000 miles. 25,000.
We copy. We see them.
25,000 miles per hour
the
too.
deployment of pilot parachutes that will pull the main chutes out.
It looks like a toy on a
Time
string.
to splash down 3 minutes and 10 seconds.
It looks like a friggin' toy on a string, dude. How crazy is this? So 25,000 miles per hour down to 19 miles per hour is the target miles per hour.
Perfect descent rate according to flight dynamics.
Good rates on 2 drogues.
We see the same on board.
Amazing. Amazing. Let me make sure I get the best resolution I can offer you guys. Yep, we're at 2160p. 4K. You should be getting it at
Passing through
1080p.
10,000 feet. Still on drogues.
Drugs. Fast forward. Why would I miss something? I'm not going to fast forward to miss this. I'm just a minute behind, so.
Main chute deploy.
They're red.
We're at 5,000 feet.
Or they orange. My monitor, this Chromebook, you really can't tell so well.
Search and recovery beacon has been activated on integrity. And we have 3 good main chutes.
It's
good
perfect.
3 main chutes, good reefing, good descent rate.
Good rates, and we see 3 good-looking parachutes.
It's perfect. We are going to watch this whole thing. I mean, and hopefully there'll be a press conference. I guess it's
cabin pressure indicates no need for hydrazine checks.
no need for a hydrazine check. Okay.
Integrity copies.
Perfect. Look at those beautiful fucking parachutes.
This is a perfect descent for integrity. Its crew sounding hale and hearty on board.
Yes,
Time
Japanese
to
fish.
splash down 1 minute, 15 seconds.
Orange. Yeah, they look more red when they were like condensed, like folded up. Safety orange.
Integrity about to complete a journey spanning 694,481 miles from its launch from the Kennedy Space Center back on April 1st, and a trip around the moon.
I know I'm so envious of my brothers and sisters in San Diego. Fuck, dude. So we should have some pretty incredible footage of the recovery of it pretty much straight away. And we checked the other day to see, typically there's like a, what's it called? Like, damn, I can't remember the word, where you're just basically left alone in a room to make sure there are no crazy space germs on you.
Passing through 1,000 feet.
They won't be doing that. They'll be pretty much going straight home after a quick physical checkup at the hospital. You see their little, what is that, little puffs of smoke? Here, let me do this. Beautiful. That's like a night vision shot of it. Oh, that's what it looks like for the people in San Diego, those lucky bastards. Oh, that's beautiful. Perfect. The future is bright for the space programs. I can see that for sure.
Houston Integrity, splashdown, sending post-landing command now.
Boom.
Splashdown confirmed.
Copy splashdown, waiting on VLDR.
Splashdown confirmed at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time.
That's what I'm talking
Pages
about.
of Jules Verne to a modern-day mission to the moon. A new chapter of the exploration of our celestial neighbor is complete.
Now that's
Integrity's astronauts back on Earth.
Now that's a feat to behold right there. That's the proper time to use an applause. Incredible. All right, now I'll scoot ahead. I was a minute behind the whole time. I realized that. I just didn't want to miss anything. So have some confidence in me.
Mission elapsed time
Have some confidence in me. I know what I'm doing a little bit.
of 9 days, 1 hour, 31 minutes, 35 seconds. And we're configuring for very low data rate. Once again, splashdown occurring in the Pacific, southwest of San Diego at 7:07 and 47 seconds p.m.
Integrity Houston, comm check on VLDR.
About 1 mile off the coast for whoever was asking. Big old service ship ready to
Houston,
go.
we have you loud and clear on VLDR, or Hellas.
We have you the same. We'll meet you over in post-landing.
Perfect communications established.
A journey. We are stable 1, 4 green crew members.
Houston, copies all.
Reed Wiseman reporting 4 green crew members. That is not their complexion. That is the fact that they're in great condition. That's what that means.
Hell yeah.
So stable 1, upright. The crew module uprighting system is being deployed. The 5 airbags being inflated through helium.
They're like fucking action heroes.
For the vehicle.
So that was the inflation buoyancy devices I was speaking of. So they're helium driven. They're being employed now. They should perfectly balance out the capsule, so they'll be able to just open the door. And
this was a textbook entry and a textbook touchdown for Integrity. Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen back on Earth after a journey around the moon.
doesn't look like we were followed by any nefarious extraterrestrial life. Although I guess they'd be invisible by now, huh? See, oh, there's their little, so there's beacon lights, obviously. It's like there's a bit of a smudge on the camera here. I'm not sure if we're getting this shot from, well, this is obviously a stationary camera on this ship, but the other shot, I'm not sure if that's a helicopter or a drone that's getting us that footage, but pretty freaking cool either way.
We continue to monitor the functioning of the CMOOS system. The airbags are being inflated to maintain a stable 1 or upright configuration. And there's a good view from one of the naval helicopters hovering overhead. Reed Wiseman reporting 4 green crew members, meaning they're all in excellent shape.
Heck yes. So the resolution is just the distance. It's very far away from the capsule, but you can see it. Those buoyancy...
Integrity Houston for SAR beacon and radio.
Those buoyancy bubbles level out the capsule.
Our beacon is in 406, and we're powering the radio now. Go ahead.
We see the beacon on However, the recovery team is not seeing the signal.
Oh.
Your SAR radio uses the same antenna, so you may run into trouble with the radio.
Oh shit, son. Friggin' Earth problems, of course.
Here, we are also powering up the sat phone now.
Powering up the satellite phone, that should give them a direct pin as well, indicator. So I'm not sure if you heard that. I'm sure you did, but...
So Integrity is in great shape. And as the crew continues its post-splashdown timelined activities on board, Reed Wiseman once again reporting that all 4 crew members are in excellent shape. And we have 5 inflated airbags to maintain an upright configuration.
Yes.
So that the recovery team...
It does more than just maintain upright position. It actually balances it out, sort of. Like a gyroscope. It keeps it balanced so they're not sitting in there all cattywampus like, you know.
Can now begin a slow approach to the vehicle. Meanwhile, here in the flight control room, entry flight director Rick Henfling is polling his team of flight controllers for the start of powering down the vehicle after a thorough systems check. We have no toxic gases to be concerned about. So the recovery personnel can approach the vehicle, but not until we have powered down the spacecraft. That's expected to take a few more minutes.
I have the here's the exact website you can order the patch. I ordered 10 for giveaways, but if you want to order one on your own, it's right here. It's don't order them anywhere except for NASA's official site. Please do yourself a favor. You'll get some weird shit. You want the real deal. They're not expensive. They're only $6.95 a piece. Plus, I think it was like $1 shipping.
Integrity back on Earth, following its historic flyby of the moon. It was, for all intents and purposes, a textbook mission.
On 28 per hour remain on this frequency.
Thank you so much, Whispering in the Shadows 81.
We copy.
Perfect. Now, you did hear them say, they're certainly not going to harp on it, but the rescue boat that's headed towards them, the recovery beacon isn't giving them an indication. So it may take them a few extra minutes to get there. But like I said, it's only 1 mile, and this is, all accounted for. This kind of thing is expected. Those buoyancy,
some trouble with
those little bubbles on there, those buoyancy things are I guess they're powered by helium. That's interesting, or filled with helium. So they level up the thing out. So there's not any discomfort. They're probably giggling and just anxious to get out of that thing and get to the press conference.
Reed Wiseman indicating some trouble with the SARSAT phone on board.
SARSAT.
That's not an issue. What is more important is that the vehicle is solid. No issues as we begin the power down of the vehicle to begin the recovery process.
Welcome home, Earthlings. How exciting. Very exciting stuff here. I can't wait to see all of the footage because there's tons. And they tested iPhones up there. Turns out, hey guys, iPhones work in space. No, terrible reception, but the cameras and everything still worked. A lot of the darkest images, you can see obvious radiation.
The propulsion officer here in Mission Control reports that we have safed the prop system on Integrity.
Can you say again that was very weak and broken?
Integrity, Houston did not call.
Uh-oh, who's calling, man? Who was calling?
Copy that, Houston. It might have been on the SAR radio. Stand by.
Thank you so much, Steph B. That's very generous of you. And thanks for being here. It's well worth my time to be here to celebrate this.
All of the milestones were executed in perfect fashion. Integrity entering the Earth's atmosphere right on time.
was absolutely holding my breath because who wants to broadcast a tragedy, you know? So, I mean, it really is a gamble. I didn't want to say this ahead of time, but there was 1 in 30 chance that something goes terribly wrong. So what a blessing. The space exploration history is shining upon this mission for sure. I mean, flawless. Absolutely. I mean, the only thing that's gone wrong the whole thing was that there was something wrong with the toilet for a day. Amazing.
Reaching its peak speed shortly after a blackout period began. We emerged from the blackout period, but the recovery imagery airborne assets were able to pick up Integrity's descent almost immediately through entry interface, tracking the vehicle all the way down. And finally, you saw the sequence of chute deployments. First, the forward bay cover being pulled off the top of the vehicle by a series of 3 parachutes. Then the drogue chutes were deployed, followed by the 3 main chutes that slowed the splashdown.
Did you call them joke shoots? That's funny. Thank you so much. I don't want to say your name, but TF, thank you so much for the cash app. Drop a 10 on it. It's very generous of you. Thank you. Joke shoots. There's a couple of joke shoots around here.
Down velocity of Integrity to just 19 miles an hour.
Amazing. 25,000 to 19. Good Lord, in the morning. Now they're just annoyed. They were like, dude, you had us in exactly within a centimeter of where we were supposed to be in space, and you're not here to pick us up. What the fuck? They're perfectly fine. I know I'm repeating myself, but those helium controlled, or not controlled, but those.
Integrity, Houston, with no joy on SAR and SAT phone, we'd like you to command an additional 15 minutes for a total of 30-minute power down delay.
The SAT phone's not working either. Oh, Jesus. I'm sure they'll figure it out here.
All right, Jackie, we have selected T/D+30. No joy on SAR radio or SAT phone.
No joy. That's the way to say it. Shit don't work.
And stand by. We have the master diver on SAR radio. Please hold comms.
All right.
Hey, Lily. Excuse me. Hey, Jackie. We just got the master diver on SAR.
Jackie's crushing it, by the way. Shout out Jackie, dude. Whispering, I hope you got the link I sent. There's the boat.
A good view of one of the fast boats.
Integrity, Houston, if you are happy with your comm with Master Diver, you can go back to the 15-minute power down.
That used to be my nickname, Master Diver.
Okay, stand by. Yeah, we'll confirm here in a second.
The crew on board Integrity coordinating with the flight control team in Houston here in Mission Control on the timing of the power down of the vehicle, which will be the precursor to the recovery teams approaching the spacecraft. There are no issues with Integrity. We've had a bit of broken capability in establishing a SARSAT or satellite phone communications capability between the crew on board Integrity and the recovery team. That will get sorted out here shortly.
Well, they have eyes on them.
There's plenty of cooling on board Integrity, so there's no rush to begin the power down.
To call you on the sat phone and not getting an answer there either.
I keep calling. They're not answering.
We haven't had anything come through.
You guys talk to Victor now. He's not calling, man. Shit. They'll get him. I mean, obviously there's a boat that's got eyes on him, so come on.
Houston, if you could relay to recovery that we hear them, but it does not appear as though they are hearing us.
Maybe they're making out one more time before they open the capsule.
Houston copies, and Reed, just to confirm, you are pushing the PTT on the radio.
pushing that PTT on the radio. You know what I'm saying? Well, how many are those? There's a lot of people on those boats. Those boats probably all have cameras as well.
So as we continue to sort out the communications between Integrity and the recovery teams, we are standing by for the initiation of the power down procedures that, as you see, the recovery teams are moving towards the side of the capsule. The next major event will be the erection of that large inflatable raft called the front porch. That will be the port of call for the crew as they're being extracted one by one from the vehicle.
All right. Erecting the front porch just like a pioneer in the West.
Integrity Houston for sat phone. We are going to attempt to call you.
Good idea, standing by.
Good idea.
And Jackie, yes, we are pushing the push to talk, the two buttons on the left side of the radio below the up-down arrows. We are utilizing them. I'm rebooting the radio to see if we get good comms.
Turn it on, or turn it off and turn it back on.
Okay, we copy all. And just to confirm, you are seeing that you're touchdown plus 3030 for power, correct?
Hakab, Hakab.
That's the affirmative.
They're like, are you now? It seems to be a mad rush. There's a helicopter, dude. Bringing in the cavalry here. This is incredible. No emergency, no rush. Everything went perfectly.
We are trying a backdoor approach to have mission control here call the crew on their satellite phone. This is all part of the coordination for the power down of the vehicle that will initiate the actual recovery operation. The first boats with the Navy divers on board are standing by, waiting to close in on Integrity to begin the process of erecting the large inflatable raft that's called the front porch that will be where the astronauts are extracted from.
The front
so that
porch.
They can have a few minutes to get their land legs
It's the front porch. Wink, wink. Like, what the heck?
back before they're hoisted aboard the Navy helicopters for the flight back to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha.
John P. Bertha. I mean, they're going to try a backdoor approach. Okay. Sounds like a bunch of stinking innuendo to me, but all right, everyone's chilling now. The surf, thankfully for them, notoriously sucks in San Diego. You have to drive north.
And Houston, please don't reply. NRD, very weak, but readable. Master diver, we can hear, but they cannot hear us.
They could hear them better on the fucking other side of the moon than they can right now. Shut the back door. I don't recommend powering down during a backdoor attempt. Just saying, like, it seems like a bad plan to me. But I'm no astronaut. I'm just some asshole in Pittsburgh with a Chromebook, you know? Alarm will sound. Look, even Victor thinks it's funny. Look at that smile. All right. So it seems like they're having a real struggle with the communication. I guess it's not that surprising. These Earth radios. I mean, it is kind of strange that they had better reception than most YouTubers though have for the past 10 days, though.
And Houston on OE1, is there any chance to tie us into NRD?
Well, I mean, I think I'm going to mute them and put on a song really quickly so I can run to the bathroom.
Checking.
This is gonna take a couple of minutes with their backdoor attempts and erecting the porch, quote unquote. All right, guys, but we're not going anywhere. It's still a live shot. I'm just gonna put a tune on. They were talking about front porch, and then I was like, what about those guys that sing about sitting on the back porch?
This is Mission Control, Houston. While we stand by for the establishment of communications between Integrity and the recovery team that is basically standing by very close to the spacecraft, we're going to go to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha.
All right.
Where Megan Cruz is standing by with Administrator Jared Isaacman.
All right, suits. I don't listen to the suits talk. I want to listen to the astronauts. I'm going to put on a song, and we're going to sit here and watch the live shot. Oh, that's a little bit too big here. Let me get that out of the road. King of the road. Okay, here we go. Here we go. You know what, guys? That is such a rough version of it. I'm gonna try another one. That's what I'm gonna do. That was too much. It sounded like a garage band. We could do better, dude. We put people on the other side of the moon. Oh my God, it's worse. Ugh. The cover's better.
I see the bad moon rising. I see trouble on the way. I see earthquakes and lightning. I see bad times today. Don't go around tonight, but it's bound to take your life. There's a bad moon on the rise. I hear hurricanes blowing. I know
They are doing a press conference over here, like before they even get. Hey man, focus on getting them out of the capsule there.
That are here, the NASA teams.
How about
I mean,
that?
This is a joint.
Come on, come on.
take your life. There's a bad moon on the rise. All right. I hope you got your things together. I hope you are quite prepared to die. It looks like we're in for nasty weather.
Okay, Creedence Clearwater Revival. There's not cloudy weather, everything's great, but great tune though.
One eye's taken for an eye. Don't go around tonight. Well, it's bound to take your life. There's a bad moon on the rise. Oh, don't go around tonight. Well, it's bound to take your life. There's a bad moon on the rise.
Do you think they're most definitely making out one last time? I've had an undercurrent of subtext that they're all so good looking that they couldn't resist each other in space. I know I'm immature.
Back on this ship so we can start taking a look at it, because all that data is so precious to us right now. I mean, we are going to definitely want to take a good look at the thermal protection system. We're going to want to download all the data they couldn't transmit back to us and use that to inform Artemis II. But we're already making progress, right? You had SRB segments already showing up at
We're already making progress. All right, guy. We've got a spokesperson. Look, those boats are incredible, though. Those little fast boats.
So, yes, there is a lot to celebrate right now on a mission well accomplished for Artemis II.
I
and
agree.
at the same time, we got to start getting ready for 3.
Amazing. And last question, for people who joined us for all 10 days to see what we can accomplish together with our international partners, what do you think about the fact that we're going to keep doing this more and more and more?
It's incredibly exciting. I mean, yes, it's the contributions, like the best and brightest across the NASA workforce from across the country, our industry partners, our international partners. We had a Canadian Space Agency astronaut on board in Jeremy. We had the European service module. And you think in the days leading up to this launch, I mean, 48 hours prior to launching Artemis II, I was meeting with the Italian Space Agency. We signed a memorandum of understanding to build a habitation module on the moon. I mean, you have countries, all of our allies and partners coming together saying, we are committed to this effort. We are returning to the moon. We're doing it to stay.
I'm ready. I'm going to go to the moon. I want to go. Do they have Wi-Fi? Can I still go live?
Building that enduring presence. We are going to master the skills on the surface of the moon so someday we can undertake missions to Mars. It's just an incredibly exciting time, and we're not going at it alone. We're bringing everybody along with us.
Absolutely. And speaking of everyone, one more time, we're going to ask the crew here. You guys ready to land on the moon? Awesome. I love that. Okay, well, thank you so much, Administrator. Appreciate you being here. We're, of course, going to stay on to watch the crew get extracted from Orion. So stay tuned, and we'll see you back here shortly.
We are in the process of working to establish that communications link and to establish the procedures that will lead to the power down of the spacecraft, which is gently bobbing in the Pacific following a bullseye touchdown.
Bullseye touchdown.
That occurred at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, 2.5 hours before sunset in the Pacific, southwest of San Diego. We have once again heard from the crew during that interview opportunity with the administrator, and we have 4 healthy crew members on board.
Oh, that's cool. Maria has seen CCR before.
We now have confirmation that the vehicle has been powered down.
Powered down.
As per the procedures. So we have vehicle powered down. And the flight control team here in Houston, Flight Director Rick Henfling, has handed over mission authority to the Exploration Ground Systems team out in the Pacific. Now,
shout out Rick.
Physically not get off console with this team until the crew has been extracted into the front porch, that inflatable raft that will be erected along the side hatch of Integrity. So we're standing by for that in the next step in the recovery procedures. But everything is in great shape, and we have 4 healthy crew members on board the vehicle.
Hell yeah. 4 green crew members. Stand by for erection. Shout out YouTube. Yes, you're probably right. They probably do have cell phone service already, and nobody at Mission Control Houston has their cell phone number, but they're probably already uploading. Marlene has been a member.
Entry events went by the book, no issues, perfect trajectory for Integrity. That was culminated with one final raise burn to improve the angle of attack for the vehicle as it entered the Earth's atmosphere. All of that flight dynamics computation.
I'm not sure if it's actually can be classified as an angle of attack if you're just hurtling towards Earth. Marlene has been a member for 9 months. Thank you so much. It's so cool. Badass. And if you're not a member, consider becoming one. I do appreciate it so much. Stand by for erection in a powered down backdoor attempt. It sounds like innuendo to me. But I'm going to leave it there because I'm not going to get kicked off of YouTube for 30 to 90 days like QB. Man, I was thinking about it, though, as a live streamer. I guess that's what I do here on YouTube. I'm a live streamer. I'm an influencer, guys. Wah, wah, wah. But if I went to another platform and they're just like, you can't be here for 90 days, and then I go back to the other platform that I normally stream on, they're like, we don't want you here either. And then you end up on a third platform with like 38 people watching. Oh man, I think I would I don't know, man. I'd probably find something else to do with my time. Maybe address more pressing issues in my life. I don't know, man. Get in shape. Learn a couple new recipes. I don't know. Go for a road trip. Fuck. Who knows? Pretty Hate Machine says, turning off airplane mode, gathering their luggage from the overhead bins. Exactly right. Headstone says, exit only. They're astronauts, not astronauts. Whoop. You can see the sun is setting there in beautiful friggin' San Diego. I've got it muted because, I mean, just like press conferences after a crime solved, whenever everyone starts patting themselves on the back, it's like, all right, I want to talk to mission control and the astronauts. Everyone else is a spokesperson. I guess they're necessary, but ugh. Bureaucrats.
In the Pacific, the vehicle is in excellent shape. It performed like a champ all the way down through the Earth's atmosphere. All of the vehicle functions were checked off in excellent trip hammer fashion. The parachutes all deployed as planned. Splashdown occurring at 7:07.
Trip hammer? That's new to me.
Time.
Here, I'll just scoot ahead all the way to real time. Still not much action. A little bit
again, from Flight Dynamics. Splashdown time of 7:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Central Time. That would equate to a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 1 hour, 30 minutes, and 15 seconds. Reports
told me that they didn't like me back.
Pacific indicate
yeah, I know.
That the recovery team
No, we don't look like a 12-year-old girl.
Integrity that the crew remains in excellent shape as they await the approach of the team for a final hazard gas evaluation before they move to the side of the vehicle to erect the inflatable life raft.
We wait. Why not just wait a while, huh?
No issues with integrity. The vehicle is powered down.
Powered down.
All of its systems are now safed. We have handed over mission authority to the exploration ground systems folks in the Pacific.
Sorry about the music,
but,
guys.
We will not stand down and have the entry flight control team depart its positions until that inflatable raft, the front porch is erected, the hatch open, and the crew having exited the vehicle. So that's the next step in the recovery process that will lead to the hoisting of the crew members. For 2 crew members for each helicopter, they'll be hoisted.
They're going to be hoisting them. You know, I don't think I've ever heard anyone say erect so many times in my life in one sitting. I don't think we need an explanation of what's going to happen. We could just see, huh? Huh.
Check ignition and may God's love be with you. This is ground control to Major Tom. You really made the grade, and the papers want to know the shirt you wear. Now it's time to leave the capsule with you there.
This is Major Tom to ground control. I'm stepping through the door, and I'm floating in a mostly peculiar way, and the stars look very different today. From here, am I sitting in a tin can?
offer us. Unmuted, just silence. Just three dudes in a raft just looking at a space capsule.
This is Mission Control Houston. Once again, you're watching the initiation of the recovery of the Artemis crew aboard Integrity. All of the Navy divers and the fast boats are now approaching the spacecraft after conducting a hazard assessment. The vehicle has been powered down. Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling now waiting for
the vehicle. It's been powered down, and now they're being hoisted for an erection of the front porch backdoor attempt. I don't know what's happening, but yes, they're finally to it. What are these little sticks? I wonder if that's Geiger counters, like to measure radiation.
the life raft, the front porch, to be erected along the side of the vehicle.
These guys said erected more than anybody ever.
So that the hatch can be opened and the crew members extracted from Integrity, soon to be hoisted one by one into a pair of Navy helicopters for a short flight back to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha.
Going to get hoisted onto the deck.
If you missed it earlier, we talked to Flight Dynamics and received a more official touchdown time.
I didn't talk about it too much leading up to this. Like, I didn't talk about it all during the last live stream about this, but the heat shield that they're utilizing is essentially the same heat shield that they used last time with just a few new moderations or modifications, as it were. The first heat shield, it was an unmanned experiment, so it didn't really matter so much, but they did notice and have like all kinds of damage to the heat shield that they did not expect. So a lot of critics are like, oh, they just, they're using the same shield, but it wasn't. They made improvements upon it before they used it. But I didn't want to talk about that because that was a legit criticism to NASA, because a lot of experts were just like, I'm not sure if I would use the same heat shield if it blistered and caused gas bubbles to form under it strangely last time you used it. Of course, because physics, one little gas bubble erupting off of a panel can cause, just use your imagination. But it held up like a champ. And even the close-up shots that are showing of it, which haven't been really many worth of shit, but like, we had a better view of the Earth than we do of this capsule. How is this even possible? Like, come on, guys. But when they do get close up to it, you can tell that the metals and the alloys and the different things that are made that comprise the shell of this thing, it doesn't look like it's from Earth. I mean, obviously it is, but very specified, very rare texture and everything like that. It almost looks like pewter. Oops. And this man's on a loop telling us, so they're on their way. They've been on their way for 20 minutes. What if they have to go to the bathroom, dude? I think the bathroom was gone with the service module. Let's see here. Let me make sure this isn't a my volume problem. Nope, it's just quiet. Quiet time. Weird.
Continuing to get excellent views from the imagery assets out at sea in the Pacific of Integrity. We continue to get good reports from the landing and support officer, who's in contact with the recovery team, that the crew is in excellent shape, no issues. They're just currently biding their time, waiting for the front porch to be erected. We have no hazardous we have no hazard gases and no hazardous situation with the vehicle. It performed perfectly all the way down from entry interface to its splashdown in the Pacific at 7:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Central Time.
All right, bud. Now they're just repeating themselves and discussing being hoisted upon the deck. Like, what the fuck? This whole thing is innuendo. See, now that's a better look right there. You see the metals. It looks very interesting.
This includes Navy divers and Navy flight surgeon and other recovery personnel who have trained for several years for this recovery process.
What's up, IML? Welcome back. Yeah, there's great stress put upon their bodies in enduring this trip for sure. It looks like there's too many people in that boat. I'm just going to tell you right now, that is not what the manufacturer wanted at all. That's too many people in one boat. In the military, we call that A to B, asshole to belly button. Just like sardines, dude. Oh,
at this hour, some 41 minutes following splashdown, the vehicle has been powered down. There's no hazardous gas emanating from the vehicle. That's why the first team of recovery personnel has been able to pull alongside Integrity. And the reports continue to come in that the 4 astronauts are in excellent shape.
All right. Sounds like he's trying to convince us at this point. I mean, I already believed you the first time, bud. Houston, tell us more about erections. Shut the front door. Hey. This guy needs to take it easy with this erection talk. I'm just saying. Yes. Come on. Christina's husband is not amused. The recovery team is fired. You had one job to do. The fucking radio didn't work. The sat phone didn't work. They're in there like, what the fuck, dude? They're like, seriously, guys, these assholes put us on the other side of the moon and they can't even get us out of this thing. Like, they can smell the fish tacos at the restaurants at the beach from there. Come on. Come on. Hey, NASA. Hey, dear NASA, next time, why don't you just put an inflatable canoe in the fucking capsule so they can just row back to the shore? I mean, come on. And then the 12 people in the boat will be the guys doing the interviews like they're a hero. What the hell? What in Sam hell? Earthlings, phooey. Or if the capsule door opens and just like the 6 giant aliens pop out. Angry. Angry style. Let's see if those 15 people on that boat have any weapons. Heyo. Oh, thank you so much, Cap Hatfield. That's very kind of you. The world needed this
is Mission
happy.
Control Houston, continuing to watch the initiation of the recovery of Integrity's astronauts.
Captain Erect there in Houston just keeps repeating himself. Let's see it, dude. The proof's in the pudding. Thank you so much, Cap Hatfield. Said the world needed this happy. I agree. I mean, I felt like a kid all day leading up to this. I'm so excited. It was so fun making the trailer I made for this. The graphics, I love it, dude. If there was more things to cover in NASA, I would cover it more often. But this is absolute history that we're witnessing here. I can't believe we had a better image of the backside of the moon than we do of a capsule off the coast of San Diego. I mean, check this out. I mean, we're at 21. This is in 4K, and this is. What are they? Are they filming from the beach? Seriously. Okay, so the video we're getting is from a helicopter. I can hear the rotor now.
In those recovery boats, NASA and Navy personnel specifically trained to get the astronauts out of Orion.
This looks like Washington crossing the Delaware. How many people are on that boat? There must be media
Some of our
on
wide
there as
shots,
well.
you can probably see that there are 6 boats out in the water.
It's a lot of boats, dude. Hey, Jim, you taking your boat out? I'm going too, man. There's got to be media on there as well, I'm guessing. Oh, thanks, Marie, for hyping the trailer.
More than 40 people out in the water right now on those boats.
Yeah, that's like 28 too many. What the fuck? America. It looks like a skull on the side of the capsule. Matthias Sigmund, welcome in. Probably VIP boat. Yeah, probably. Hopefully it's not a bunch of friends of Epstein. Well, thanks, Nanny. I appreciate you. Yeah, hype it up. Those hypes really do help get more eyes on the video.
First order of business is to set up the front porch and the stabilization collar.
Oh,
You might
geez.
also
Now there's
hear it referred to as a stab collar.
now there's a collar involved. My goodness. Take it easy, Elevated Truth.
Basically just to make sure that Orion stays upright, doesn't sway in the water too much, again, to make it easier for recovery forces to get the astronauts out.
I bet maybe big donos to NASA are out there on a tourist boat, but the locals, I bet they would keep them far away. I guarantee it, dude. I mean, with as crazy as human beings are, they don't want anyone to roll up on 4 people that just returned from space, I think. You got some front porch erection, something about a collar. I don't know. Am I allowed to show this on YouTube?
Again, we splashed down in the Pacific Ocean just after 5 p.m. Pacific time here.
They keep telling us when they splashed down.
By NASA to be able to get the crew out of Orion.
First of all, what happened to the guy? Then they were like, "Okay, man, you're talking weird." So they brought this lady on, but she's just repeating what he said. They need a big magnet. I mean, give them a paddle, something.
Feeling good, and whenever they're ready to take their step out of Orion and
they're
onto
ready,
that
dude.
large raft, the front porch, folks will be ready.
Oh, they're ready now. They're waiting for you or them. There are 27 people in that 2-man boat. Come on. Hey, man, if you had 5 less of you, you could probably just put them on the boat and take them right back to the shore. Hey, you've got a door erection.
And as there are mission audio loops in mission control in Houston, there is a mission audio loop here on the ship. And it was just reported out that the side hatch is open.
Hell yeah.
Side hatch of Integrity is open.
They're breathing that dirty Earth air again.
You're getting these beautiful shots from our aerial assets. The ship itself, where I'm on, just 3,000 yards away. Again, plenty of people on the boat here, glued to the side closest to where they can see all this action. And again, with just 3,000 yards separating us, great views from the bow here.
They should be
you
closer.
can see now that side hatch is open.
They're all
the Navy personnel
Earth air
is about to get inside there.
What is that thing? Oh, that's another boat. Look at that boat. That's a serious. They're all serious boats.
In they go.
That's a photographer for sure. That's all he's doing.
In total, 4 will go into Orion. So it'll be a little bit of a tight squeeze, but...
Wait, 4 of them are going in?
The goal is to have a recovery personnel.
Dude, they just walked into 10 days of space farts. Eating that dehydrated food.
With each astronaut assessing them.
They've returned from space speaking 10 more languages than they did when they left. Scientists are baffled. They can all now
boats getting closer now.
Read Latin.
Again, that one that's right up against Orion, those are the divers that will go in to the spacecraft to check on each of the astronauts. These other boats will begin doing a number of things, putting on that stabilization collar onto Orion, building that front porch.
I've been waiting for this. They've been talking about this front porch for years.
They will retrieve the parachutes, as well as tow Orion back to the well deck of the recovery ship here.
Whale deck. Tang farts. That's funny. Well, I mean, we just want to see them, man. Are we going to get to
So
see
as we
them?
wait for the Navy and NASA personnel to get their assessment of the crew inside of Orion, why don't we toss it back to Rob for an update?
We don't want an
Thank you,
update.
Megan. Here in Mission Control, Flight Director Rick Henfling and the entry team of flight controllers still on duty.
Well, Flight Director Ricky Rection over here, live in Houston.
The vehicle has been powered down for some time now. There are no hazardous gases emanating from Integrity. That,
Say it,
of course,
Rick.
allowed
Say
the
it.
recovery personnel to approach the vehicle and then open the hatch to begin the initial medical assessment of the crew, as you just indicated. Now we're standing
Well,
by.
Rick, you've been telling us for 20 minutes that there were 4 green lights, which means they're in perfect shape, dude.
For the erection of that
Hey-o.
raft, the front porch, alongside of the vehicle that will enable
I
the
mean,
crew
Rick's got a real problem with that word, dude.
to be extracted one by one onto the raft, have a moment or two to get their land legs back before they're hoisted into 2 hovering Navy helicopters, 2 crew members for each helicopter for a short
I mean, it's so complicated, man. Just put them in the fucking boat and take them back to the shore.
flight back to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha.
I'm no astronaut. You know, I'm just some guy.
All of Integrity's systems operated flawlessly throughout the course of the approach to the Earth, the entry into the Earth's atmosphere, and all of the key milestones that followed in this high-speed return to Earth for Integrity, a mission that spanned more than 694,000 miles from the vehicle's launch from the Kennedy Space Center.
Do you think Rick's going to tell us about the integrity of that front porch, though?
Atop the Space Launch System back on April 1st.
Hey-o! All right. I see no front porch being erected yet. They did open the door, though. Guaranteed Victor still smells good. The other 3 probably smell terrible. What do I know? Every time they showed Victor, he was like washing his hands or putting on deodorant. The other 3 were just sort of like, you know, astronauting. Victor, he takes his self-care seriously. I don't mind Tang. There's worse things than Tang. What is that? Tampico? Did you guys ever have Tampico? That shit's poison. Glows in the dark, dude. Ugh. It's like, ugh. Triangle can openings, yes. I mean, are they just waiting?
As we mentioned at the top of the broadcast, the last time that the
Rick.
Apollo program saw
Say
a
it, Rick.
splashdown in the Pacific was Apollo 17 back on December 19th, 1972. So for the first time in 53 and a half years, we have reenacted that with the arrival of Integrity's astronauts as they flew around the moon in that historic lunar flyby that began with a trans-lunar injection burn that took them out of Earth orbit following 24 hours of a high Earth orbit trajectory. The high Earth orbit trajectory enabled flight controllers here to have a full 24 hours to evaluate the systems on Integrity. And
You got 20 guys in a boat. 1 guy is doing all the work. That guy's breaking his sweat, pulling in that stinking parachute.
the condition of the crew before they would commit to flying to the moon.
Good calls. Good call. Grain says, if it takes this long to get erected, you're on your own. Sunny D is gross, but if you haven't had Tampico, then I mean, it makes Sunny D taste like freshly squeezed orange juice. It's not bad. And they have like this pink version. Oh, it glows in the dark. I bet, and I haven't tried it for sure, but I'm willing to bet you could probably use it for antifreeze. Troopers think something's wrong. What makes you say that? I don't believe so. We will soon know. Are we there yet? I am becoming unnerved by the fact that it's gone from like the most professional, best communication that human beings have to offer to like just silence, essentially. Where's Houston celebrating? Isn't there typically a shot of the control, whatever it's called in Houston, the command center, like erupting into applause? That's a lot of overtime. Yeah. I heard about Sunny D from Family Guy, where I've learned everything. Hey, I've learned a few things there myself. I don't believe anything's wrong, except for there were way too many people in that boat. Yeah, Victor's feet are clean. He's fresh and ready to go. No question about that. They're supposed to be putting on some type of quote-unquote collar. But now they're just pulling it away. Hey, broadcasters, tell us what's going. Are there aliens inside of that fucking capsule right now? They open it up, it's just a polar bear. Where are the people? Just kidding. That's a bit unnerving also that boat just fucking took off. Well, yes, they do scan for, alien life form. They scan for alien life form all the way down to like a microbial level. So they're looking, we can almost see in there. Hold on.
With the side hatch of Orion having been opened to set the stage for the erection of the inflatable life raft,
Rick,
known as the front porch, to be erected alongside the spacecraft for the extraction of the crew. Let's play for you an interview that my colleague Megan Cruz conducted on the USS John P. Murtha with Navy diver First Class David McMahon that explains how this process is unfolding.
Dude, we can see how it's unfolding.
Your team, one last look over of the stabilization collar.
With all due respect, Erect Rick over there, or Mr. Rick Erector said, dude, we could see how it's unfolding. Like when they were on the other side of the moon, of course I need someone to tell me what's happening, but I could see quite clearly what the fuck we're looking at. Like, I mean, it wasn't so bad. I just got a little annoyed with them repeating what time it splashed down. Like, we didn't just watch it. Like, come on.
Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what is this stabilization collar?
This is what's going to stabilize the capsule out there in the ocean. We don't know how good the weather or the waves will be that day, so this will help prevent any unnecessary occurrences from happening. Stabilizing
This is the collar.
The astronauts inside.
So basically this is a float that will go around Orion. I'm assuming that what they're doing right now, these are the lines that will attach the collar onto Orion?
That is correct.
And so what are they doing here?
So we've got the lower line that will secure the inflation device before we inflate it. That gives us the go-ahead that it's secure in its space, and then we'll inflate it. And then once that is done, we'll undo all the carabiners and get this orange line on top tied in the same fashion. And then this will be secured to the capsule, and the astronauts can safely take their first steps out of the capsule onto the front porch.
Okay, and how long will it take them to set up the stabilization collar?
We should definitely be able to handle this in under 10 minutes.
Okay, wow. And then you just mentioned the front porch. So basically, after they set up this stabilization collar, then they set up what's called the front porch here.
That's correct.
Okay, and what's the front porch?
Front porch is basically a bigger waiting room for the astronauts to sit in while we wait for the helicopters to show up.
Dude.
Okay, so the medical team that was in...
They have 12 boats there. If they had less men and women in those boats, then they could just have the astronauts sit in the boat. What do you... Now they're fucking with us, dude.
Inside with the crew, they're going to help them out and onto the front porch?
That is correct.
And then what happens here?
We have higher trained medical personnel also on board the front porch that will give them lookovers and just make sure they're okay while we wait for the helicopters to show up.
Okay. How does it feel, I mean, your team, you, to be part of a mission that's returning astronauts from the moon in more than 50 years?
We all feel extremely honored to be a part of this.
So yeah, I thought you were bringing the porch. Wait a minute. I thought you had the porch. Fuck. I mean, it seems that
a number of flight controllers have come into the flight control room to receive congratulations from entry flight director Rick Henfling. But we're going to stick with our operations out in the Pacific as we await the extraction of the 4 crew members who are reported to be in excellent condition.
I mean, Rick, you sound like you're trying to convince us, man. We all want to see him get the hell out of there, dude. Come on. Now they're just rocking back and forth. They might have to poop. Like, come on. That vegetarian chili up there, dude.
Again, while we stand by for that front porch to be erected alongside the side hatch of the vehicle, let's go back to the USS John P. Murtha and Megan Cruz. Megan?
This is taking too long. I'm just going to say it. I mean, they're fine and everything, but this is silly.
Hey, Rob.
Hi, Rob.
Pausing now to listen to some...
Backdoor safe, mark safe.
Pausing to listen to some internal audio loops again. The operations team here on the ship.
Right, these guys look like a bunch of fishermen who are just trying to figure it out. Is there not a plan here? Where's the front porch? Where's this famed front porch erection? And what were they talking a backdoor attempt? Like, I see nothing but a tin can bobbing back and forth, man. What's happening? Are these the same people that put somebody behind the moon? I mean, I kid, but still, what the fuck?
Communicating with everyone out on the water. It seems like currents are hindering them a little bit from unfurling and inflating the stabilization collar as well as the front porch.
I don't see either one of those things even there.
Requirement to get the crew out within 2 hours of splashdown.
What? No one told me this was going to take 2 hours. The door's open. What the fuck is going on? Is this like some kind of insurance contract or something? What is happening? Also, I don't see a back door. I just see the front door. No front porch, though.
Plenty of time.
Plenty of time.
So no concerns just yet. But as calm as the water looks, yeah, it looks like it's hindering the teams just a tad.
The surf notoriously sucks in San Diego. Although if they're south of the city, it may be a little crazier, but
you can see in some of our shots that side hatch still open. Again, inside there are now 8 people inside.
Is the side hatch the front hatch?
4 divers, Navy divers, all with medical training, each assigned to an astronaut each.
They've got a tether on it there. You can see the line.
Making sure that they're comfortable, feeling good.
They'd probably feel better if they were back on the coast.
As you've heard us say in the broadcast, you know, they expect a little bit of discomfort. Again, these astronauts just traveled back to Earth at 25,000 miles an hour.
Yes, they
a nearly
did.
695,000 mile journey around the moon. If you think you get carsick.
Carsick.
Again, 6 boats out there. Lots of gear with them, just in case, right? As we said, the crew reported feeling great. But again, all those folks out there, in case they weren't, right? NASA is all about making sure we think about every situation.
See, now they're planning doubt. You just said they were fine.
Happen. And so, of course, wanted to be ready in case any of our astronauts needed more medical attention while out there in the water.
Shut the front porch. I mean,
now teams again trying to set up.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like they're complicating this.
Stabilization collar.
Listen, even though I'm criticizing the how long this is taking. Oh, it looks like somebody's poking their little head out of there. Let's see. Oh yeah. Oh, actually, that could be one of the 4 guys that climbed in there. Remember, 4 guys climbed into that bitch. That's not built for 8 people. I mean, it's just not. So, oops.
Crew can take 2 steps, and they will be in the front porch.
There's still no front porch. That's just another boat. Why can't that be the front porch? Look, problem solved. Let's put them in the boat. Why not just have a boat that's equipped to put them in? A boat that, listen to this, guys, is the front porch.
Not a lot of chatter on the mission audio loops. That's a good thing. Again, things proceeding pretty nominally.
Pretty nominally.
Even if they're fighting some currents out there on the Pacific Ocean.
Huh. All right. Well, hey, there it is. There's the collar.
Again, the goal, setting up the stabilization collar and the front porch so that the crew can rest comfortably in the front porch, get placed into harnesses so that 2 helicopters can lift them off the front porch and onto the USS John Murtha here.
So complicated. Okay.
The helicopters are going to take turns picking up an astronaut. So again, Helo 1 and Helo 2.
That's what I'm saying, Summer. Why isn't there not a little motor on that thing that just over to the coast?
Okay. And the recovery team here on the ship just got a report from the undersea medical officer who is inside the capsule with the crew. He is reporting all 4 members are green.
Are you told that
4 astronauts, Reed, Victor, Christina, Jeremy, green, meaning they are feeling great.
They told us that a half an hour ago.
They are feeling great, happy to be home, and ready to be extracted.
Let me just tell you something. These people are friggin' slick, dude. They told us that same thing a half an hour ago. So they lied to us a half hour ago. They didn't know. They were just telling us what we wanted to hear.
The activity you're seeing on the
But she sells it like breaking news. They're all green. Breaking news. They're all green. Well, fucking Erect Alex already told us, or Eric already told us that like a half an hour ago.
water right now.
Come on.
Each will take turns picking up an astronaut. So Helo 1 will come on in, hover above the front porch, about 40 feet above the front porch.
Okay, so this should be exciting. I think this yellow hunk of chunk of dunk hanging off of there has something to do with the front porch. Doesn't look erect.
Specialists will be hoisted down into the front porch.
The restricted maneuvering doctrine is in effect.
We'll connect to the first astronaut, which we're expecting to be Christina. And then Helo 2 comes around, picks up Jeremy, while Helo 1 stays above head. And then Helo 1 will come back in for another astronaut, and then Helo 2 for the last astronaut.
And so on and so forth.
And then back to the flight deck here on the recovery ship.
Nice little, I think probably just accidental design on those yellow or orange balloons on top of the thing.
I was talking to Assistant Artemis Recovery Director Paul Sierpinski. He said helos are a much quicker, safer way to get on board They did actually consider boats, but then if you think about it, longer time, the crew would have to move through more of the ship. This way the helos will give a more direct, quicker route.
It looks like their collar went limp, dude. It doesn't seem like that collar is doing much of anything. That's supposed to inflate and like balance it, or is it a weighted thing? I'm so confused. It's looking like a flat balloon.
Beautiful shots from our aerial and imagery teams. Clouds have dissipated for a clear view from the bow of the recovery ship here.
Yippee-yo, yippee-yay. This is 4K, and they're shooting it from 300 football fields away. See the little accidental design from the tethers? Pretty cool.
You can still see divers in the water there.
High contrast thread so they can see if there's like
Encircling Orion.
damage.
That is that stabilization collar we've been telling you about.
Dude, they have so many men in boats, men and women in boats. They could just go around it and stabilize it with their stinking hands. I guess they don't want to touch it.
Saw in that interview just a few minutes ago, they have to first connect it to Orion, and then once it's secured onto Orion, they can inflate it, and then they'll further secure it with other harnesses and lines.
Yeah. I love Beavis and Butthead. I'm shocked at how long this would take. I guess I should have done some research. I thought this would be wrapped up.
About an hour and 10 minutes since splashdown in the Pacific Ocean here.
Splashy.
Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy back home after a history-making mission to the moon and back.
Are those 4 other dudes still in there? Like, the fuck? At the end of the day, I'd say give me Coca-Cola and my my vape, damn it. I bet if they tried to take a vape to space, it would just explode.
And if you missed what we said just a couple of minutes ago, the undersea medical officer inside with the crew in Orion reporting all 4 crew members feeling great.
Undersea medical captain. That's undersea. Well, that's merely the surface. Strutter 6
made there on the stabilization collar. It looks like they are beginning to inflate it.
Oh, alas, it was limp. I was like, wait a minute, what kind of sorcery? For a second, I thought maybe it was just it balanced it by weights, but then I'm like, a weight collar? What are we gonna do? Jazzercise over here? Welcome in, Strutter says the astronauts must be pissed this is taking so long. Well, I would imagine, and I mean, call me crazy, but I would imagine if you blast through Earth's atmosphere at 25,000 miles per hour, and the whole little capsule that you're in heats up to 5,500 degrees, half the temperature of the sun. I would imagine that once that thing lands in the water, you'd probably be like, take your time. I'm good. I'm good. I just survived. I mean, they had a 1 in 30 chance of imploding. So, and that's not a scientific term. I'm just saying a 1 in 30 chance of complete catastrophe. So where I've been playing it cool here, I've been very worried the whole time. And you can see now the damage to the heat shield there. Some of it's meant to be that way. But this heat shield notorious, last test they did before they did alterations to it to supposedly fix it. So there are men hoisted upon the erect collar. Jeez, now we're talking. But thanks for being here. So yeah, it's annoying to us because we want instant gratification, but I bet they're chill. I bet they're cool as hell. And if And if they weren't feeling so great, you know what they would tell us? They're feeling great. I mean, that's just the way it goes.
Out in the water, they will stay out in the water for a number of hours after we recover the crew and get them back on the ship, because then they have to recover Orion.
What did Lunatic say?
All right, that stabilization collar looking good around Orion. We're now seeing some recovery personnel getting on to that collar.
What boat did those guys get out?
Further attach it to Orion to make sure that it can really prop up the spacecraft. It's basically
Are those guys in scuba gear? Did they scuba there? Or did they get off one of the... I'm so confused. Are those mermen? Now that people are walking on there, you can really get a scale.
So
it's not that tiny.
So much in the water there.
It's really not that tiny. I mean, obviously not ideal for 4 people to kick it for 10 days, but I mean, not bad. Not bad. That's, I mean, you know.
And now that front porch looks like it's nearly fully inflated as well.
Inflated. See, Eric, you could have been saying inflated the whole time, dude. Eric Erection. Next on Oprah.
And so once the crew get out of Orion, they can stretch their legs a little bit on this front porch, get some fresh air.
You know it smells like Victor's cologne in that capsule.
And enjoy this beautiful day here.
There's the front porch. We have front porch erection. Red team go, blue team go, go, go.
It appears teams now are about to connect the front porch to the stabilization collar. And at that point, when both are secure, we should soon see astronauts.
I am going to dig around and see what took so long. I'm really interested to see what those must have been gauges to measure radiation. The first couple boats that went up there. Also, I want to know why they had so many fucking people in those small boats. Like, and I'll be honest again. When that first boat zipped out of there, I was like, well, that doesn't look good. Why are they leaving? Like, is there a polar bear inside of that capsule all of a sudden? Or have we slipped dimensions or something? Oops. I mean, I'm not against it. I just want to know. That's all.
All these views you see also being fed to the Landing Force Operations Center here on the ship. Of course, it is very important for our recovery teams.
It's not the size of your front porch.
To have all the views that you're seeing as well.
It's not the size of your front porch. It's not the size of your front porch. It's the motion of the ocean.
Communication loop here on the ship. Very quiet, which is a good thing. It means things are going pretty nominally.
Something that didn't go perfectly.
As expected.
Yes, please hit the thumbs up. Consider becoming a member if you like content like this. I'm going to be covering all kinds of crazy shit coming up in the next month. Whoa. Like I said, this would be occurring at sunset. We could see the beacon lights really blasting now. See, I mean, if they didn't wait an hour to begin this, it wouldn't be getting cold. Although it's not cold, I'm sure. I'm certain of that.
Again,
It's San Diego.
Activity happening just 3,000 yards away from the ship. So that means this will be a very quick flight back on the helicopters for the crew. 2, 3.
I do want to know why it is that we had a better visuals of the Earth from space than we do of this capsule, though. Like, they're only 3,000 yards away, she said? Or was she talking in kilometers? In any case, it's weird. But now, so you can see this side's not too damaged at all, but the other side's pretty fucking toasted up. I cannot wait to see all the data from this. I just want to see him stand up and wave, dude. You know,
And so this is the harness that each crew member will get into in order to be hoisted into the helicopters. Again, those helicopters hovering just about 40 feet above the front porch when they're ready to pick up each crew member.
Heck yeah. Thanks, Pretty Hate Machine. And thanks for being generous so often. I do appreciate it. I see you. Okay, that's pretty cool. Front porch, but why not just use a boat? I'm being for real. Got to get that budget, dude. That's what this is about. I don't think I've ever had that many people on my front porch before. I'm just saying, hey, it's looking crowded over here. Bunch of big dudes on the front porch. Hey, I brought more dudes. Oh, yes, thanks so much. There's the membership link if you want to become a member. That's the #1 way to support the channel, of course. Why copters when they are so close to shore? This whole thing, I really just assumed that it would be obvious what we're looking at whenever they splash land and get them out of there. I didn't anticipate all of this what seems like, I don't know, pageantry in some way.
This is Mission Control Houston.
Hey.
Behind me, a fairly raucous scene as hundreds of flight controllers have poured into the flight control room here. This is reminiscent of the scene after the final shuttle mission of STS-135, although that was the end of a program. This is only the beginning of a program with the textbook splashdown of Integrity and its 4 astronauts. We're standing by for the crew to be extracted from the spacecraft.
Yes, we are. Hey, your porch ain't big enough. Hey, I already said it's not the matter of your porch. It's the motion of the ocean.
Room to have an opportunity to receive well wishes and to share the mutual glow.
Mutual glow
of a textbook mission for Integrity on the front.
Okay, Mr. Erection over here is talking about mutual glow, dude. I'm not even leading this. He is. Is he already at the cocktail party or what?
So all of that jubilation, part of the post-splashdown activities, even as we
So yeah, you can hear the bottles popping back at Mission Control.
hoisted onto Navy helicopters for the trip back to the USS John P. Murtha.
The USS front porch. You know what I'm saying? This guy is just, all right. He was like, wait up, guys. One more. I mean, not to be funny, but that little front porch raft holds a lot of people. It's about to hold, what, 8 more? Extractions, inflations, and ejections. Oh my. Yeah, it's a lot.
Once again here in Mission Control, this view of the Artemis flight control room, known as the White Flight Control Room. This is the old shuttle flight control room, and now is the home of Artemis missions to the moon and beyond.
These are
Once
the
again,
the gods of nerds.
Quite a few flight controllers were invited in by entry flight director Rick Henfling to share in the jubilation.
They allowed the underlings to come in. That's cool. They were like, join us, nerd peasants. We are celebrating tonight.
Extraction of the crew, and ultimately they're hoisting onto Navy helicopters for a short flight back to the USS John P. Murtha. Splashdown occurred at 7:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Central Time. I had an opportunity to talk to the head of flight dynamics, Jeff Birch, a moment or two ago. He said the trajectory of Integrity coming through the Earth's atmosphere was so precise, they've never seen anything line up on a ground track like today's entry by Integrity for its splashdown southwest of San Diego.
Exactly. I'll be jubilating whenever the astronauts get on the front porch. Come on. Is the captain going to propose to Christina?
And the initial, you can hear it.
There we go. Yeah, boy.
Jubilation here in the flight control room. The first crew member is out of integrity.
I mean, they couldn't get us a better shot, man. I mean, just a little bit disappointed in that. I want to see facial features, man. I want to see if they're giving a 1,000-yard stare, if they're smiling. How's Victor? I mean, I know that's what you guys want to know.
We are expecting the other crew members momentarily to be extracted.
Yeah, we are. Damn right, Eric. That's what we're doing exactly. Yes, passing out cigars. Yep.
We now have 2 crew members out.
Sounds like Brittany J got a super chat. But those are actual human beings that are engineers and cosmonauts, dude. Being ornery. All right. Just stepping out on the front porch. Just got blasted into space on a rocket.
Out, 2 to go.
25,000 miles per hour. My brain doesn't allow me to even understand what that would feel like. It would probably feel like, oh, fuck.
We're about 1 hour from sunset out in the Pacific. Everything continues to go well. Integrity's systems function perfectly during its entry back to Earth. And Reed Wiseman, the commander who will be last out of the vehicle, reported that all the crew members were feeling very well.
I think you've convinced us, bud. I mean, they're probably traumatized. I mean, it has to be traumatizing to go 25,000 fucking miles per hour. Doesn't matter if you're expecting it or not. There we go. There's
crew member number 3 now out.
They look like they're chilling. I wonder if there's any space microbes on them.
And now standing by for the commander, Reed Wiseman, who will be last out of his ship.
Incredible.
Bobbing in the Pacific under almost ideal conditions. Integrity spanned 694,000 miles during its journey from launch to splashdown.
Thinking the helicopters may be security as well. Naval, and I mean, what a great exercise for the naval air defense forces to have an exercise to practice extracting anything, in the way of setting up a security perimeter. They probably planned for this to use it as a pretty intensive training exercise as well. Practicing their own science, so to speak. I've been hesitant to put out background music because I don't want to miss.
And we now have Reed Wiseman out of the vehicle. All 4 crew members now out of integrity.
All right, Captain. How about you get him back to shore before the stinking sun goes down? Jubilation. Truly amazing. I mean, I'm making light of this, but it's truly amazing.
Once again, all 4 crew members now on the front porch, and the procedure to begin hoisting them up to these 2 Navy helicopters hovering overhead will begin shortly.
The comment of the day has been, your front porch is too small. Almost spit out my lemon zinger tea. I just know the second I press play on some background music, he's going to start talking again. Mama Bear X2-I3Y, good to see you. They should have a live feed inside like they did in space. Yeah, or, maybe give some audio to this. They're NASA, they're just human beings, so it's going to be... Well, I'm willing to bet... Well, the thing is, there's, like I said, 130 chance that everything's not okay inside of that capsule, so the abundance of caution is understood. You don't want a camera in there if something does go... There are cameras in there, but you don't want to be broadcasting in the case that something goes terribly wrong. If that makes sense. I mean, it's all on a delay anyways, I'm sure. But at the same time, see, this side of the capsule is all torched up though, huh? You see that? This will be dismantled and complete forensic, study of every molecule of the thing will be studied, which is incredible. I mean, that's how they've, upgraded the
This is Mission Control Houston. The mission is over, but the melody lingers on as jubilation continues here in the flight control room.
I'm on to Eric.
We should be expecting...
I'm on to Eric. He basically just he gets hooked on a word and keeps repeating it over and over again.
For a short interview while the recovery operations continue out in the Pacific. So we'll stand by for that. And then we'll turn it back over to Megan Cruz aboard the USS John P. Murtha.
Did he say we're going to hear from them? I'm sorry, I didn't hear it. I'm going to go back.
The mission is over, but the melody lingers on.
Sorry.
As jubilation continues here in the flight control room. We should be expecting NASA's Associate Administrator, Amit Kshatriya, to be joining us shortly for a short interview while...
a bureaucrat. Somebody's boss. I want to hear from the astronauts. It may be a while, I suppose.
This is Mission Control Houston here in the Artemis flight control room. A number of flight controllers basking in the glory of the successful end of this mission that carried 4 astronauts around the moon on a lunar flyby and the first test flight of Orion with crew members on board. Splashdown occurring an hour and 32 minutes ago after a flawless descent back into the Earth's atmosphere.
Flawless. Front Porch Fantasy. That's another garage band name. Front Porch Fantasy.
Right now on the front porch, as it were, the inflatable raft alongside of their Integrity spacecraft. We're expecting Amit Kshatriya, the NASA Associate Administrator, to join us here momentarily for a brief interview before we turn it back over to Megan Cruz.
You guys hear loud buzzing? Yes, that's them in orange seated on the front porch. Just sitting on the front porch. Will the capsule go in a museum? Oh, I'm sure the whole thing. Yeah. First, it gets dismantled and studied all the way down to the molecular level to see exactly what all the radiation and the heat. Remember, it's basically all one big experiment. So it's all the knowledge they've gained from this trip is going to benefit them greatly moving forward. The next is Artemis 3, and they're going to walk on the moon. I mean, I'm going to be covering all this shit, dude. I'm so excited. So much more fun than drama, although it's not as popular. But this one's kind of tough because, I mean, and thank you guys. I realize you could have watched this shit anywhere. I'm glad. Okay, so if you are having buzzing, just back out, maybe bang your head on the wall, and then come back in and maybe... Just kidding. Mostly when it's quiet. Strange. I don't know. Try backing out and coming back in. Don't bang your head on the wall, though. I was just kidding.
teams, the team that's in the water right now, pulling the crew out, the team here in Houston that worked so hard over the last 10 days, no sleep to get this done. You know, we still have some work to do to get the crew to the med bay here on the ship. They all look great coming out, so hopefully that won't be too long. You know, I think we saw the administrator on the boat too, giving his thanks to the Navy team on the Mirtha, which they're just an incredible group of sailors. I was able to visit with them a couple weeks ago. And then if you pull it all the way back to the workers and the folks that joined the rocket at Michoud, that made the heat shield tiles that held together tonight.
Yeah, I mean, the heat shield tiles that he's talking about, that's what everybody, and they didn't talk about it much, but neither did I, because I didn't want to manifest anything into the universe. It's strange what you can manifest if you talk about it. I didn't even talk about it in my last live stream, but yes, that's the big concern. But wouldn't it be funny if they were like, okay, that's it for today's broadcast? It's like, wait a minute. There is no quarantine. I researched this already. There's no quarantine for this crew, like in past crews, because of the last few research missions. They've determined that space is free of microbes. See, I don't know. I question it, of course. You know, there's a healthy conspiracy theorist that lives inside of my brain, and but they say that space is sterile. That was typically the reason for quarantines and such things like that, is to make sure they didn't bring back some kind of space flu that would just make human beings extinct. They feel confident that that's not even a thing. So I did check on that, though. I was curious myself.
I have to tell you, this was an incredible test of an incredible machine.
From an American psyche standpoint, the Empire State Building was lit up red, white, and blue tonight. Our coverage was seen on baseball stadiums around the major leagues. How captivating was this experience for the American people, for the world, in fact, as we returned to the moon?
Oh, that's cool. They were showing it in baseball stadiums. Yeah, lots of baseball games happening tonight.
As we've progressed through the mission, I will tell you, just
America.
You know, from my witness in Florida before launch, and then seeing the people's faces here, and then, you know, reading where I can about how things are going. I think this has been a gift to the world from NASA. NASA has given the world a gift, proving to folks all over the place, especially young people, and that to me is what this is really about. Young people, when they see what we can do when we work together, when we have teams that collaborate, that, you know, it doesn't matter how hard the problems are, we can solve them. I'm hopeful that Artemis II, as folks witness what we were able to do with this incredible crew, this incredible team that we've birthed into the world.
Birthed into the world, man. Lots of odd words from these guys, these gods of nerds. So as far as the quarantine goes, there is no technical, and also because they didn't come in contact with the surface of the moon, which in the past was a concern, again, bringing back microbes that may be harmful to civilization here on Earth. But what will happen, though, just to give you an idea what they're going to go through, I mean, because Eric, he didn't really tell us as clearly as we want to know. Medical observation. They are currently being monitored by flight surgeons to see how their bodies readapt to Earth's gravity. A debriefing. They will spend the next few days in Houston for technical and medical debriefs before they are fully released for normal schedules. It's a huge day. Seeing them step outside of the capsule earlier today without bulky hazmat suits definitely makes the return process a lot more comfortable than it did in 1969. Pretty incredible. We're not expecting any sort of interviews from these guys, so I'll just have to figure out a good stopping point. Here comes the helicopter. How dramatic is this, dude?
The more we learn about what they did, the more magical it seems what they were able to accomplish, given the technology and the learnings that they had. But
that's called spy rigging, what that guy's doing on the rope.
On Mueller, what they really wanted to do, you know, as they were contemplating what it meant to expand our range of action to the lunar surface, what they wanted to do was learn how to live.
I mean, call me crazy. It just seems like there's got to be a better way to do this, man. Like it's so dramatic. Who am I to criticize these brilliant minds, but I'm just wondering why. Why this? Why not just put them in a boat? They're essentially already in a boat. I mean, it seems they're just knocking that guy into the boat, like into the front porch. Just throwing that poor guy against the erect front porch, dude.
We recognized that reusability was important, which is why we built a winged space plane called Space Shuttle. And then we used that reusable machine to build a space station. And we learned for 20.
I mean, it looks like all of a sudden it looks like some type of emergency when it doesn't really seem like it has to be.
Later, we're at the point where the architects of Apollo would have been.
Actually, the wider shots are more indicative of that. They're just like withstanding being pelted by water now.
There's a lot of people pleased here tonight, and we really thank you for joining us. Ahmed Shathria, NASA's Associate Administrator.
Oh, we got one.
We begin to hoist the crew onto the helicopters to head back to the recovery ship. Thank you very much, and congratulations, Ahmed.
Do I have any physicists out there? Do I have anybody that can explain to me why this is a better plan than just putting him in a boat? Is this for show? Are they pulling my leg? What in the front porch is going on here? Pretty Hate Machine. I have the same question. I feel like, well, okay, so they're going to put them inside of the helicopter. I don't know. Dangling somebody that just went 25,000 miles per hour seems like a bad plan, dude. Just like I think powering down before a backdoor attempt seems like a bad idea too. But who am I but some guy with a Chromebook in Pittsburgh? Like, what the fuck? What in the Good Morning Vietnam is going on here? And one at a time? Or do you have four different helicopters?
On the bow of the ship here,
Now, is it four different? It is four different helicopters. What an operation, dude. I don't know what's going on. Why add technical difficulty to a situation when there's no need for it? And what happened to the 30 guys that were in the 8 boats or the 5 boats?
lowering a recovery specialist out of the helicopter. That person will touch down in the front porch just there.
This is crazy. Okay, this is wild.
The crew members already outfitted with a harness that will allow them to quickly attach to the hoisting device. Look at the power of those blades throwing water out at the center there, the front porch, with now 3 astronauts and the recovery specialists. Again, crews already outfitted with a harness vest.
You got harnesses and collars and all kinds of crazy shit. But I mean, listen, I'm just asking sincere questions. I don't know. There must be, listen, there must be a reason that they're doing everything the way they're doing it. I'm just trying to offer some comedic relief. People are getting mad at me. I see your email. Breathe, people. Everyone's okay. We just watch history be made, and this is incredible. It just seems anti-intuitive to me. But at least they had 4 helicopters. If we had to wait for that same stinking helicopter to come back and forth, then I would be fuming. But okay, all right.
The United States called our NASA administrator today while he was on the ship, just minutes after we interviewed him live on our coverage, and congratulated him and NASA on this history-making moment tonight.
All right, so this is what I was able to find out. It says it might seem like an extra flashy step, but using a helicopter instead of just a boat is actually about speed, stability, and medical safety. While you're right that they could just pull a boat up to the front, quote-unquote, front porch, the inflatable raft next to the capsule, NASA and the Navy have a very specific reason for an airlift. The sea legs problem. After 10 days of microgravity, the astronauts' bodies have undergone significant changes. Their blood volume has dropped, and their inner ear balance are completely out of whack. If they were to sit in a small boat bobbing in the Pacific swells, they would likely get incredibly seasick almost instantly. The helicopter gets them out of the choppy water into onto the stable deck of the USS John P. Murtha as fast as possible. The goal is to get the crew from the water to full medical bay within 2 hours, and we're getting just about 2 hours now. The boat route: a small boat has to navigate waves, approach the massive recovery ship, and then hoist up and wait for well deck. I suppose that's true. Depending, I didn't see the size of the USS Erector over there. Let's see the helicopter route. It's a direct point A to point B flight. It bypasses the slow process of docking the small craft. See, I didn't consider that, and gets the crew into hands of flight surgeons immediately. While the crew is being flown to the ship, the Navy divers stay behind to focus entirely on Orion capsule. So that's all the dudes in the boats. And the ladies. It's hard to tell sex from this far, from 300 or 3,000 yards away. Was that 300 football fields? God. Okay, it's a massive expense piece of hardware that needs to be slowly towed and carefully into the back of the ship. By airlifting the crew, NASA decouples the people from the hardware, ensuring humans are safe and dry while the slow work of recovering the spacecraft continues. That's a much better shot there. The first astronaut that they picked up, that was kind of hairy. There was a little bit of dang-a-langin going on there. I'm anti-dang-a-langin. If you can avoid the dang-a-lang, almost in any case, you want to avoid the stinking dang-a-lang. And then they had him they knocked him into the front porch.
Just
or
west
her.
of San Diego and the Pacific Ocean.
Get him, boys. Half of NASA in Houston already drunk on champagne. They probably have the good stuff as well.
Exciting to see our 4 crew members minutes away from landing on the flight deck here on the recovery ship. 550 people on this ship. Excited, ready, anxious, looking forward to welcoming this crew aboard.
Hell yeah. What a great shot that is, huh? Yes, I've been an official member of the anti-dangalang gang since 7th grade, dude. You want to avoid the dangalang. It's bad for your knees,
Close to the
dude.
ship here.
Great shot.
Hearing them begin to hover on the flight deck, which is just across from us here on the bow.
Great shot.
Coming
Great
in.
shot. Hey, coming in kind of little cattywampus. Look at that thing, parking in like a Cadillac. Oh, come on, come on. There you go. Sheesh. Come on. Come on, there you go. That angle's awkward as shit to look at.
And wheels down. Wheels down of the first helicopter carrying 2 of our Artemis II crew. Pilot Victor Glover and mission specialist Christina Cook.
550 people on the ship, is that right? Well, that makes perfect sense to me, and I'll tell you why.
On deck reported.
Because I mean, no question at all that the Navy is treating this. It is, it's an action, but it's also a training exercise. So fully staffing the ship, and that's not even close to full. But staffing the ship the way they are, they're all running drills and exercises. I promise you, they're all working right now. It's just like a scientist having an experiment.
And aerial teams for
great shots of these helicopters coming in, though.
Of history in the making.
Dang-a-langin is now at a minimal.
Set amid a gorgeous, soon-to-be sunset here in the Pacific Ocean.
Christine on the whip, exactly.
And helicopter. Making its approach of the flight deck. Plenty of people here on the bow with their cell phones out, filming this moment.
I bet. No, a dingling is not the same as a dangalang. Dingling is what all males have. A dangalang is like when you're hanging from something, like maybe by one arm or like at the end of a rope. That's, you don't want a dangalang. A dingling, that's a whole different thing.
Flying here by the Navy, as we are seconds away from wheels down.
A dingling and a dangling both kind of dangle
Artemis II
though.
crew members on the USS John P. Murtha.
It looks like a brand new ship. I mean, look at that thing. That's future Navy ship there.
I'm sure they're happy to be out of the water and on this recovery ship with, again, 550 people on board, ready to welcome them home.
Well, I mean, they're not there to welcome them home.
As we've been saying throughout the broadcast, just making sure the crew feel good. We reported that they were feeling good when they were in Orion, but those were just initial, quick, verbal assessments of how they're feeling.
Feelings.
Their destination tonight, the medical bay here on the ship. Right after.
All right, so let's excuse the police sirens. That's the hazard of living in the city. That says, let's see here. The John P. Murtha is currently buzzing with activity. While 550 people sounds like a lot, the mission is this historic requires a massive support ecosystem where every person has a hyper-specific role. The crew is roughly split between the U.S. Navy sailors who run the ship and NASA landing and recovery team who handle the astronauts in the capsule. The Navy sailors, the backbone, the majority of the 550 people are the sailors who keep the floating city running. Even though the mission is about space and the ship has to function like any other warship. Engineers and technicians, they manage the propulsion and electrical systems, okay? The boatswain's mates, these are people you see on the deck handling heavy lines and winches. They are responsible for physically pulling the 25,000-pound Orion capsule onto the Navy. So the recovery of the capsule is going to be a whole undertaking as well. I don't think we'll stick around for that. Once I see these astronauts are safe into the building, I think we'll just hang out for a couple minutes and wrap it up. Let's see. Orion capsule. Let's see the 25,000-pound Orion capsule into the ship's well deck. The large garage at the back of the ship that floods with water. The bridge crew, officers and lookouts who navigate the ship and coordinate with the Navy P-3 Orion and the MH-60S Seahawk aircraft circling overhead. The specialized recovery, these are all the people in. I don't think they'll walk off the helicopter. Didn't they say they're going to have a difficult time walking? Hopefully they'll just let it roll and we'll find out. So all the guys in the boats are, this is a special ops side of recovery. These teams have spent years practicing for this at this exact afternoon. Navy divers, ODGRU, EODGRU-1. I've never heard that term before. They are the first humans to touch the capsule. They jump from helicopters or small boats and install inflatable collar. Okay, so they did jump, or they got out of the boats. I don't know for sure. The dive medical team, those are the guys that went into the capsule. The HSC-23 wildcards, those are the helicopter pilots and crews who performed the hoist you saw just a few minutes ago. And of course, tons of scientists and NASA experts. Public affairs and media, a large chunk of the 550 include photographers and broadcast teams who are beaming the live feed you've been watching back to Houston. The culinary team, weather and oceanography. So you get all these teams together, 550, it becomes a smaller and smaller number, if that makes any sense.
We'll wait just a couple of minutes here before we start seeing crew members walk off the helicopters one by one.
Make sure you guys hype this video once it ends too. Let's get more eyes on it. I'm pretty pleased with the way it went overall. Tussle with the mute button is just something, it's just always going to be that way. Yes, sunset in San Diego. I mean, what's better than that? Pretty easy on the eyes, even if you've been up in space for 10 days. That's a shame. They cut the audio. You can hear the flight crew, not the flight crew, but the deck crew. You can hear them communicating. Sirens can be reassuring for us city folk. Yeah, we know there might be help if we need it, huh? It was commissioned in 2016. So that, I mean, in the way of naval ships, that's super new. They don't build them very often. That's why they're always distinguished with such, important names, and they become legend.
All right, and now here we see pilot Victor Glover.
Hey, Victor, my dude.
And mission specialist Christina Cook sitting on the edge of one of the helicopters, looking in great spirits. That familiar smile and laugh from Victor, I can see it from here. Christina, I'm sure, feeling the same way, just blocked a little bit by our camera here, but we'll see her here shortly.
Everybody's like, damn, Victor, you still smell good.
Photographer taking their pictures. Victor saluting folks on the flight deck. They look like they're in great spirits. Happy to be home, I'm sure.
I wonder if they threw up.
If you're sitting at home, I hope you too are wondering, what would you want to ask them if you got a chance to talk to them? Because that is what I'm thinking about. Getting the opportunity to talk to or ask questions of these 4 astronauts who just made history as the first crew to return to the moon since 1972.
Wow. He's got some sort of helmet on. He's got some sort of helmet on. There's something on his head. You see that? It looks like almost like a skateboarding helmet, or like a...
Oh, there we see Christina there, also smiling, finally peering out, waving at the cameras. Hello to you too, Christina, yes. Welcome back. Welcome, welcome home.
Christina's like, hubby, we got to talk. See, I met Victor.
Loudspeaker announcement on the ship saying, welcome home, Integrity.
They're wearing matching shoes. I wonder who made those shoes. I know Nike made a lot of their like exercise gear leading
Victor
up to
in
this.
Great spirits. I can't see who he's talking to, but I kind of think that he might be talking to his other 2 crew members. Shouting from across the flight deck, congratulations to one another.
I guess the helmet was just for the helicopter ride. Yes, we just watched history together.
We see some
wheelchairs.
Navy personnel walking up to the helicopter. This is again the first helicopter carrying pilot Victor Glover and mission specialist Christina Cook. Both have taken off their helmets now.
I'm all about cruising the roll, man. It's so much better than dang-a-lang.
Some pictures, video to catalog this historic moment.
This is such a beautiful shot, too. I mean, even like...
Beautiful sunset just behind them here in the Pacific Ocean.
Look how close that the helicopter blade. Looks like you could reach out and touch the helicopter blade. Great shot.
Now we see NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman. He is on the flight deck, as well as flight surgeon Rick Schuring.
Boss is here. Party's over.
Victor and Christina first. We saw the administrator walk over to the other helicopter, which is carrying Commander Reed Wiseman and mission specialist Jeremy Hansen.
I don't know how they're going to sleep.
The broadcast, again, he said he's going to be out there on the flight deck.
This lady's cadence is tearing that butt out of me, dude. Like, every time I start talking, she starts talking. I'm like trying to sneak it in there. Remember, dude, always pause. Always mute the person you're trying to review. You bet they sleep good today? I don't know. Will they? I mean, I don't know. I don't know how you sleep for days after you go 25,000 miles per hour. For real. That shit. I would just be sitting there thinking about what that felt like. You're like, I might never sleep again, dude.
We're now seeing NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman walking across the flight deck. He had been talking to Reed and Jeremy, now approaching Victor and Christina.
The boss is checking out his players to make sure the coach is out there making sure his players are good. Yes, they did make it back safely, Heather B. I took astronomy class in college, and the professor worked at Hubble. Oh, how cool is that? He said missions have a 50-50 success rate on average. Well, specifically calculated, this specific mission had a 1 in 30 chance of failing. So that's a lot better than 50-50, but still, think about the chances of 1 in 30. If you were gambling, that's pretty good odds. You know, I mean, it's not huge risk, especially, you know, again, 25,000 miles per hour, 5,000 plus degrees. That's half the temperature of the sun. There's no way to avoid the physics of what they just did. As far as getting a good night's sleep tonight, let's see. Hold on. Let's listen in for a second. I can tell you what NASA says they expect. Well, he's walking.
To the medical bay.
That's the captain. So they must be
short walk.
They must be experiencing various degrees of effects. Since they have 2 chairs over there, the captain just walked out of there. The captain, he doesn't give a fuck about anything, dude. He lost his wife and his mom within 1 month. He's just happy to be back on Earth. Like, what an elation it must be. And also, like, not to be sad or anything, but probably a bit of a bummer for the guy, being that the 2 people he cared about most aren't there to share it with him. But he was able to name a part of the moon after his wife, so that's incredible. Great story overall.
A gorgeous sunset, setting the stage for this recovery tonight.
But after what he's been through, walking off of that helicopter is not going to be a problem, I'm guessing. As far as getting a good night's sleep tonight, what NASA says about that, they have to first, it may be a pretty rough night's sleep, actually. Okay. Is that Christina walking as well? Oh, no.
You can see she's looking up.
It is her, yeah.
Lots of people, just a few levels up off the flight deck.
Very cool.
Welcoming her home.
Who made the shoes, dude? Who made the shoes? Okay, like I was saying, in the way of having a good night's sleep tonight, like for the past 10 days, they haven't felt the weight of their own limbs. Tonight, Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy will likely feel like they weigh 500 pounds. Even lying on soft mattresses, you can feel incredibly uncomfortable. Imagine the feeling of your own skin being pressed into the bed as by a heavy lead blanket. Many astronauts describe the feeling of falling or feeling like they're still drifting when they close their eyes. They have inner ear chaos. Their vestibular, that's tough for me to say, systems, their balance systems are currently restraining themselves. In space, if you move your head, your brain doesn't expect a tilt sensation. Now that they are back in 1G, every time they turn their head on a pillow, the room might feel like it's spinning. It's like the world's worst case of the spins. After a night of heavy drinking, and only it's caused by physics, not booze. So yeah, it's not going to be, serious physical effects occur. Sorry, I missed that last one.
Today, the ship with him, who played a role in their safe return today.
He looks good. I mean, that's Victor, dude. Victor's like the specimen. So yeah, they may be able to sleep, but I mean, their body's gonna feel like it weighs 500 pounds. Hey, they should start a YouTube channel. But don't. I kid.
And finally, just one Artemis II crew member left on the flight deck. Commander Reed Wiseman.
I don't know how you even cope with what you just experienced. That's what would keep me awake. And then you add in the fact that they feel this way.
From the group there on the flight deck, I'm sure, as well as on the level just above them, packed with people.
Packed.
Reed looking good as he takes his steps towards the medical bay. See our 4 Artemis II crew members back on the ship. Again, now they will head into medical bay, where they will be assessed by flight surgeons from both NASA as well as the Canadian Space Agency.
Vestibular.
A more in-depth assessment. When they get to medical bay, they will each have their own nurse. They will be helped out of their suits. Again, we'll check to see that they're feeling good. Make sure it's not just adrenaline, but that they are feeling good from their long journey back from the moon.
Adrenaline for sure. I mean, just imagine what your fucking brain does when you go 25,000 miles per hour. I mean, if you go on a roller coaster, your body just releases endorphins, and it must be and that would absolutely exhaust you completely. And then feeling like you weigh 500 pounds. Just the fact that they're walking away from those helicopters is a demonstration of their physical prowess. I mean, they're athletes as well. Aside from being the hyper intelligent nerds, they're also athletes.
The well deck of the ship, but this is a major milestone to have the crew here on the ship and in med bay. Our team has been preparing and working really hard, and I'm just so proud of them all. Everything went very well, just as planned. Our teammates in Houston, the flight control team, was just amazing. We were able to have great conversations and communications about everything. And I don't know what else to say. I'm just so ecstatic. It's such a wonderful feeling to get to this point. Again, we still have to get the capsule, but this is huge for all of us in landing recovery. And I couldn't do this without my team, and of course the full support of the U.S. military. There's going to be lots of high fives when we get the capsule back in, and I'm so happy that the crew's doing well. Ryan's doing well.
Honestly, I truly, for me, I mean, I'm not a scientist, so I don't give a damn about the capsule. I'm just glad they're all okay.
The crew come back to the ship with you. How were you feeling when you were seeing them looking so happy to be home and feeling really good?
The funny thing is that we had video of them from inside the Orion vehicle. They were like that from the beginning. When we opened the hatch, they were already out of their seats, having a good time, waiting for us to open the hatch.
I wish they would have popped their heads out. They left us in some suspense there. I was really confused if you were watching along with us at that point, that boat that pulled up and then it took off, something was wrong. It's wait a minute, dude, what the fuck?
Selfies with the phones that they have, probably talking about what they saw, and it was just smiles all around. They were having such a great time. And then we put them on the front porch when we were ready to put them on the front porch, and again you could see they were just so ecstatic to be home and talking to everybody. So we were very happy to see all of that in the control room of the LFOC.
How remarkable is that? Again, if we think about their journey, the 695,000-mile journey around the moon and back, coming back at 30 times faster than the speed of sound. I mean, how remarkable is that they are in such good spirits?
I mean, this is an amazing crew. I think you guys have seen it for the past 10 days. They're wonderful people, and we're so happy that they brought us along on that ride.
Yeah, and keep an eye out, because oftentimes after there's a hugely, obviously a lot of this is publicity driven. They want to secure funding for the future projects. So a lot of times these astronauts will go on a tour. They write books. You can catch, if you're near a major metropolis, a major city, or even a few-hour drive, you can go to bookstores and meet these people, buy their book, and get an autograph. And in some cases, have an opportunity to ask them, like, just something, only they would know, like, what was this like, or what was that like? And, it's easy to separate yourself from these people because they're like superhuman, but in reality, they're just human. They just had the proper equation to put them in this world where they are. But yeah.
Been along for the journey with them, live with them 24/7 for 10 days, and just really seeing the engagement that we've gotten from around the world. What do you hope people take away from this mission?
I think that's fantastic. So, my story was that I went to the Kennedy Space Center. I was born in Colombia. I was 10 years old when we moved to the United States, but when I was 7, my family took me to the visitor center. And that's when I learned about to the moon, and I learned about astronauts, and that story was what really fueled me to want to do STEM and want to be an astronaut. And I think that this Artemis program is going to do exactly what what girls, my age back then is 7, young people right now, girls and even like young men, obviously. But we want to empower people to know that you can do this, right? If you want to come and work for NASA, if I did it, they can do it. And Artemis program is just going to inspire everybody, and I'm so happy about that. Yeah. Like Apollo inspired me.
Thank you so much, Lily. Really appreciate you being here.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, it's true. Like if you're young enough, I mean, there's no reason that you couldn't get a job at NASA and pursue that. I mean, being a human being, life is so risky anyways. Why not take big risks? It's just so incredible.
Rob.
Thank you, Megan, and safe sailing out there in the Pacific. Here in Mission Control, it is now all quiet. The team of flight controllers and all their support personnel have left the room to enjoy the aftermath of a textbook touchdown by Integrity that splashed down in the Pacific right on target to complete this historic flyby of the moon, the Artemis II mission. With that, we'll wrap up our coverage for the night and point you to a post-splashdown news conference in 15 minutes at 9:35 p.m. Central Time, 10:35 p.m. Eastern Time, where
Will you guys tell me, do you want to stick around for the press conference? I'd be happy to. 10:35. I'm assuming, since we're dealing with NASA, that they'll be pretty prompt. And if the audio sucks, then I'm going to get really mad. But I've got 15, 20 minutes. We stick around and say, it's going to be a lot of ass padding. But wow, look at that dramatic footage there. See, the parachutes looked red until they opened up, and then obviously more orange in color. You tell me if you guys want me to stick around, I'd be happy to. And thanks again for watching with me. I realize there's probably 5,000 people live with the same information.
Confirmed at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time.
All right, NASA out. I'm wondering now, do we think the press conference is just going to be on the same NASA channel? I'm willing to bet it will be. Okay. Thank you for tuning in. Okay, so give me 1 second here. Let me do this. I'm going to go to the NASA site and see. I don't need that up. Let's see. I'm sure the press conference will also be on the NASA website. Everything has been. And still no nuclear war. That's good. 7:20. Okay, so wait, that's not it. Huh. It's not scheduled here. Oh, yes, it is. Phew. 10:35. So that's just over 10 minutes from now. I saw this one here, NASA's Northrop Grumman commercial resupply. So there's another rocket going off. 7:20 tomorrow. We might have to look at that. But I will pull that up so we have that ready to go. Let's see here. Wichvan. Should be. Is this it? This is it. Post Splashdown News Conference. Live at the Lemon Grove. All right, let me get this right. Is there a live chat in this? I wonder. No live chat. That's very smart of them. That's very smart of them. So now we'll wait. Quick with the graphics there. I already have the splashdown graphics ready with the way too many men in the boat. I need to run to the loo. So while I do that, I'm going to throw on a song if it's just the same to you. Let's liven this up a little bit. I'm feeling sluggish. This is David Byrne, freaking Talking Heads. The name of the song is Life During Wartime, which is relevant because it is currently wartime if you're an American citizen. Enjoy the tune, and we'll wait for these fuckers to get back here. This probably be a good time to go grab yourself another drink or use the bathroom yourself. This song is just over 5 minutes long. Not too bad. It's a live version, so if it drags on during the end, I'll fade it out and come back and talk to you. But I'll BRB. The Talking Heads live. How about that? Hey, I just want to say that he does absolutely right there shout out my city, which in my city never gets a shout out. It's funny he says shout out Houston. Heard about Pittsburgh, PA. Just saying. Just saying. David Byrne knows my city. Pretty cool.
Troy. Heard about Pittsburgh, PA. You have known not to stand by the window. Somebody see you up there. I got some groceries, some peanut butter to last a couple of days. But I ain't got no speakers and I ain't got no headphones and I ain't got no records to play. Why stay in college? Why go to night school? Gonna be different this time. Can't get better. I can't send no postcard. I can't have nothing at all. This ain't no party. This ain't no disco. This ain't no fooling around. I'd love to hold you and I'd love to kiss you, but I ain't got time for that now. Trouble in transit, got through the roadblock. We blended in with the crowd. We got computers, well, we're tapping phone lines. I know that ain't a lie. We're dressed like students. We're dressed like housewives, or in a suit and a tie. Changed my hairstyle so many times now. I don't know what I look like. You make me shiver, I feel so tender. We make a pretty good team. Don't get exhausted, well, I'll do some driving. You wanna get you some sleep. But on my notebooks, what with our notebooks, they won't help me survive. My chest is aching and it burns like a furnace. Well, the burning keeps me alive.
Love to talk to you. Holy shit. So good.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So we're rocking and rolling. The live is started. Standing by.
This is a song my mother used to sing to me when I was little.
He said that was a song that my mother used to sing to me when I was little. No, it can't be true, Dave. You wrote that song. You wrote that song, man. All right, I can make my avatar a little bit bigger now. Just trying to stay the way out of my graphics. I'm really getting a handle on how to navigate, well, at least better than I have in the past, how to navigate Restream's new interface. Pretty intuitive. It's better than it was a few months ago. It's just going to take some getting used to. You end up you do something the same way so often, and then you go for that button and it's somewhere else, and it's like, oh. But I welcome the challenge. I'm here for it. There's our lemon astronaut. I don't know if he's ever going to come back from space. He just may be a permanent cosmonaut. Lemonaut, yes. A citronaut, I thought about that. That's pretty good. So we will as a man of my word, I'll stick around for the press conference and then I'll wrap it up right after that. We've been on for 4 hours. Thanks again, everyone who contributed to the channel. It's not all about the money, but the money don't hurt. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So let me thank everyone. Marlena, been a member for 9 months. Rockabit, thank you so much for the cheese. Pretty Hate Machine, always great to see you, and thank you so much. This is my kind of drama. Praying for a safe plunge. And I think our prayers worked, or it was just a coincidence. Either way, very thankful for a safe landing. Steph B has been a member for 17 months. It's so awesome. She says, thanks so much for covering this. You are welcome. Georgia Peach, always so generous. Praying for, and I didn't see a deleted comment from you, Georgia. I promise. I looked. I made sure. I was like, uh-oh, who's fucking with Georgia? We're all good. Things don't get deleted here unless they're pretty, ridiculous. Unless I'm in a bitchy mood, then and I delete something, then usually pretty good. I can't imagine you'd say anything so controversial to get deleted. So, but I did check, and it looks like, I don't know, it wasn't one of us. I promise. Marie, thank you so much. Says thank you for your time and excuse me, and efforts to make this special. We appreciate you, Mr. Lemon Pants. You filthy animal. All right, we're starting.
Of the Orion space capsule.
Artemis II will be the first time we put...
I've already shown you this video, but we'll watch it again while we bide some time. Let's see here. Thank you so much again, Steph B, for the $10. I appreciate you. Marlene, like I said, has been a member for 9 months. And Cat Packful, thank you so much for your super chat as well. You guys rock. Keeping the lights on at the Lemon Grove. I am planning I'm putting a lot of work together. I'm putting a project together just for the members. So consider becoming a member, or just wait, or maybe someone will screen snipe me while I'm doing that live stream, and you can go there and watch it. In any case, I am putting something together for my members. I'm pretty excited about. I've been neglectful, and I'll tell you why. I think most of my members get it. The ones that are actually supportive of the channel. Some people have been members and they're never here. They probably forget that their credit card's connected to it. But for those of you that are here, I'm putting something together really nice for you. The reason I've been avoiding that is because my subscribers are also so incredibly generous. So it's difficult for me to be like, okay, it's only members only. Then I feel like I'm excluding all my subscribers that are always so supportive, both with donations to the channel as well as just being here. But I have to. I mean, I have to do something for the members. Different. What I can do to make it fair is to like do the live for members only, and then leave it that way for, I don't know, 24, 36 hours, and then cut it loose for everyone else. Sort of the way like the Big Shot Patreon people do it. They do all our favorite YouTubers that we watch that do like cover current events and stuff like that. The big ones. They release that shit on Patreon and for their core audience, and then they put it on YouTube for the general public like a couple days later. And I'm not even thinking a couple days, like 36 hours at the most. I think that would be, fair. But I have to tip my hat and bow to the members of the channel, because they're what make all of it possible ultimately.
Humans on this rocket. We're going back to the moon because it's the next step in our journey to Mars.
We were always going to the moon.
Pushing ourselves.
It looks like, I showed this at the beginning of my presentation here. They're just biding time. So looks like the press conference is a minute or two late. All good. 3 minutes late.
Humanity sets big goals. We can bring together genius from around the world.
You have the best people on planet Earth putting this vehicle together.
Oh, awesome.
To innovate for the benefit of humanity and to inspire the world through discovery.
Troopers has been here for 7 months. Thank you, Troopers. Though you don't have to worry about putting your milestone. I'll still shout you out. Oh, thank you so much, Steph B's always so generous. I feel like I'm going to have to do live stream just for Steph B one of these days. There's a couple other people too. I mean, everyone's always so generous. What can I mean, I'm a lucky guy for sure in that way. Thank you so much, Steph B. Heather B received the membership. I think she was in chat. How cool is that? Lucky Lady 195. Is she really lucky, do you think? Rolling Stone 420. Hey man. Let's see. Whatever. What does it say? Whatever 2718. Welcome aboard. Noodle Poodle dash L5U. So cool. Awesome. 5 new members. Welcome in, folks. Make yourself at home. Stay out of my porn.
Astronauts are back on Earth, landing in the Pacific Ocean at 7:07 p.m. Central Time this evening, after NASA's record-setting mission that took them around the moon and brought them home. Good evening and welcome to NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston. I'm Rachel Kraft with NASA Communications. Several leaders to talk about the successful mission. They are Amit Kshatriya, Associate Administrator, Dr. Lori Glaze, Head of the Artemis Programs, Rick Henfling, Entry Flight Director, Howard Hugh, Orion Program Manager, and Sean Quinn, Exploration Ground Systems Program Manager. We'll hear briefly from them and then take questions from here in the room and on the phone. And with that, we'll start with Amit.
Oh, hold on.
Good
First,
evening.
hold on.
Yesterday when
Just
we
gonna
were
pause it just for a quick second. The incredible fucking backdrop. I mean, this is the coolest place to look at this. It's the moon. That's so cool. Anyways.
And with that, we'll start with Amit.
Good evening. Yesterday when we were in this room, we told you that the crew would put their lives behind our confidence, and they did. Yesterday in this room, we told you that today belongs to the engineers and technicians who touched this machine, and it does, and their work was good. Welders at Michoud shaped the heat shield and joined the rocket. Technicians at Kennedy packed parachutes, stacked the vehicle, stacked Orion, stacked SLS. Engineers in Bremen, Torino, and across the Alliance built the service module. Workers at Utah cast the boosters. Teams at Stennis fired the engines. Flight controllers in this building in Houston sat console for 10 days straight. It sat silent in the night for 6 minutes while plasma took the signal. Navy divers pulled the crew out of the Pacific in an incredible way. The vehicle spoke for all of them. And at 25,000 feet per second, it said the work was good. As we say in our business, physics votes last. The family
Love science. I mean, I'm not a scientist in any way, but I had all confidence in this mission. Some of the brightest minds not just our country, but not just the U.S., but the world had to offer. And also a special shout out to Great Britain because the support capsule connected to the capsule where the astronauts were the whole time was almost 100% a British product, which is incredible. Now you guys need a cell phone company. And there you figured it out, Troopers. Awesome. Troopers has been a member for 7 months. Thank you so much, Troopers.
The crew said this week there had been happiness and joy, but also anxiety, wanting to get their loved ones home safely. I was with them tonight. 4 families sat through those 6 minutes, and their courage is the same as the crew that just came home. Yesterday, Flight Director Jeff Radigan said we had less than a degree of an angle to hit after 250,000 miles from the moon.
I'm really only, as far as the family goes, I was only concerned for Christina's husband, who had to deal with his beautiful wife being in a capsule with 3 absolute thoroughbred studs for 10 days. No, I mean, no pressure, bud. And there was even never mind. I mean, he must not be a jealous man.
Their team hit it. That is not luck. That is 1,000 people doing their jobs. You all heard the crew's words during the mission. They were incredibly inspirational. They carried the torch from Apollo through station and around the far side of the moon. Their words belong to them. We'll get to hear from them as soon as they're back here. But tonight belongs to the team that built the machine that they wrote. We talk a lot about what gets in our way. The impediment to action is where we find the way to get to action. What stands in the way becomes the way. This program faced every obstacle an institution could face. The team met each one with work, and tonight is the proof. But that work needs to continue. The path to the lunar surface is open, but the work ahead is greater than the work behind us. It always will be. 53 years ago, humanity left the moon. This time we return to stay. Let us finish what they started. Let us focus on what was left undone. Let us not go to plant flags and leave, but to stay. With firmness in our purpose, with gratitude for the hands who built the machines and with love for the ones that we carry with us. Welcome home, Integrity. I'll hand it over to Dr. Glaze.
Thank you so much, Amit. So y'all, we did it. We sent 4 amazing people to the moon and safely returned them to Earth for the first time in more than 50 years. To the generation that now knows what we're capable of, welcome to our moonshot. I want to thank our entire team across this nation and around the world who gave every ounce of ingenuity and effort to make. I am so proud of each and every one of you, what you have achieved over the last.
Hey, Tinker, welcome in. Hope you're good.
Ambitious goals are worth pursuing and can inspire the world. We are so thrilled to have Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy back here on Earth and safely aboard the USS John P. Murtha. Our team is fired up, and this mission, as we've been talking about, is just the beginning. To all of our new followers out there, please stay tuned. This is the first mission, our first mission to the moon, of many more to come. And we can't wait. Our teams are so ready to get to work on the next missions and explore the lunar surface and bring the world along with us. I'll pass it over to Rick.
Thank you, Lori. Thank you all for your continued interest in this mission. What a truly spectacular day it was for NASA and all of our international partners. This crew has said time and again that they were going for all of humanity, and today we fulfilled that objective by completing their journey and returning them safely to Earth. I've got a few stats for those who are interested, courtesy of the Flight Dynamics Officer in Mission Control. Integrity and her crew, 4 astronauts, flew 700,237 miles. We reached a peak velocity of 24,664 miles per hour. We hit our flight path angle target within 0.4%. We flew an entry range of 1,957 miles, and we landed within less than a mile of our target. What a tremendous day. Over to Howard.
Thank you, Rick, and thank you to the Flight Control team. What an outstanding job. Wow, what a fantastic day. I mean, we've dreamed as a team of reaching this day, and appreciate Amit's comments. I mean, so many people have worked very hard, tirelessly to get this day. I think this mission has been historic and has demonstrated new capabilities for Orion spacecraft, has taken our crew farther than any crews that have ever gone to the moon and back safely. 252,756 miles. And that is a fantastic feat. We got a lot more to do. And I'm so happy that we get to have this moment, but we're going to have a lot of these moments coming up. And I want to thank the entire Orion team. They have worked tirelessly. They've dedicated many hours. They've committed to excellence and innovated and attacked challenges that we've come up with for both our NASA team, our industry partners, and our European team as well. We did it together. We brought the crew home safely. They deserve a round of applause.
Why won't they say the Brits, man? They keep saying our European team. It's specifically Great Britain, man. They should be giving them the props that they deserve.
They're back on the ground. We can't wait to see them as well. And finally, you know, we've learned a lot from this mission. Number one was bringing the crews home safely, but it's also a test flight. And like Amit said, we have a work ahead of us to be done. We're going to learn from this mission. We're going to look at the data, and we're going to move forward. This is the start of a new era of human space exploration. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, as far as the validity of past space programs, I don't know, dude. I mean, listen, if you tell me who actually perpetrated 9/11 and I got that information, I'm not going to do anything with it. Much the same as if it was faked in the 60s, what am I going to do with that information? Even if it were true and like it was proven to me, just like anything, like I don't know. I'm just some asshole in Pittsburgh, man. It makes sense why they would fake it because of the space race against Russia at the time. I mean, it seems like a no-brainer, but I truly don't know. I think what happened is the mission actually happened, but like it was also like orchestrated like a presentation as well. Like a lot of it was recorded remotely or in studios But I think the core mission itself actually did happen. But I don't know. What do I know?
Bringing Orion back on the well deck of the ship, and hopefully within about 4 or 5 hours, it'll be hard
I wish I did know.
of the USS Martha. It's good to be NASA. It's good to be an American today. Thank you.
American.
All right, it's time now for questions. We'll start here in the room and take several from the phone. For those on the phone, you can press *1 to get into the question queue. And please limit to one question if you can. We'll start here on
Were
Joey.
there aliens?
Thanks so much, Joey Reuters, and congrats on a really nice mission. Curious to hear more about how the astronauts are doing, where are they going to sleep tonight, and then also, when do you guys expect to announce the crew for Artemis III?
First of all, shout out NASA for having great audio. Great audio.
I will not put units on that value, but soon. Rick, you want to talk about the crew, what they're doing?
Yeah, we saw the crew a number of times after they got out of the spacecraft. We saw them on the front porch. Everybody was happy and healthy. I saw Victor as he was sitting on the edge of the helicopter on the flight deck of the ship, and he was smiling and in good spirits. And everything we've been hearing from the surgeons is the flight crew is happy and healthy and ready to come home to Houston.
Hi, Lauren Grush with Bloomberg. Congratulations again. You know, obviously, it's been such a great mission to watch from start to finish, but I guess I'm wondering if you had to categorize, you know, this was a test flight. What would you say is the issue that you feel maybe the most grateful arose during this mission so that you could apply that lesson learned to the next?
Maybe you.
Like me,
Howard, why don't you take that one?
Yeah, I think you know, we're taking a lot of lessons learned. Certainly, learning about how the crew operates a spaceship has been a really great learning experience, and flying and ability for them to test drive for our spacecraft has been good. I think, as we mentioned previously, our pressure control assembly, where we discovered a leakage through the system. I think we learned a lot about that. That is a new finding. Certainly, we're going to go investigate that. We're going to look at that and move forward to make sure that we make some changes if necessary, but we'll get all the data and we'll go forward from there.
Marsha.
Associated Press, Marcia Dunn. The administrator described the crew as great communicators, almost poets. How is, you know, this is going to be a tough act to follow for the upcoming crews soon to be picked. Talk about this crew in particular and what they brought to this that went beyond the scientific and the research and the engineering, please.
I'll just say that this particular crew, you know, they've gotten to know each other so well, so each of them individually are just absolutely amazing individuals, but they, as a group, you could watch them and what they brought as you watch them in Orion over the last 10 days, operating just seamlessly between the four of them, just the teamwork, the camaraderie, just I think they really brought an amazing sense of what we're trying to achieve with this mission. It's the mission for all humanity, a mission for all, and they really did represent that and tried to communicate that. I do know that our entire astronaut corps is spectacular, and so I have no doubt that the next teams will also rise to that level.
Jackie.
Hi all, Jackie Waddle, CNN.
Waddle.
Congratulations. Question for Rick. I'm really anxious to hear what that blackout during reentry was like for you. And also just wanted to ask, you know, that splashdown target being less than a mile off is incredible. Can you walk us through if anything, you know, was outside of ordinary? I know we heard on comms there were some sensor issues just before entry interface. Just curious to hear more about that.
Okay, so she said, so the target was just a mile, within a mile from its intended target, which seems like a long way. Would say maybe 3/4 of a mile, but I mean, it's, you know, relative to the situation, within a mile is fucking amazing.
Thanks.
Sure. So, you know, blackout, there's really no beating around the bush with that. You know, it's a difficult time because the flight control team wants to see data. We want to look at the data. We want to be able to provide input to the flight crew on how to fly their spaceship. And when we don't have data, we're trying to figure out what to do with ourselves. But we knew when blackout was going to start. It started when we expected. We knew when it was going to end. It ended when we expected. And so that gave us the trust that the spaceship was flying itself correctly. As far as some of the cautions and things that came up on the way down, the prop cautions, they were, we think that, again, that was learning of the spacecraft. Some of the limits are set a little bit tighter than we probably should have had them set, and we dispositioned those and moved on. As far as the comms post-landing, we don't quite know what was going on there, but we worked around it. We had comms with the recovery team, and we safely handed over the mission authority at the right time.
Okay, Josh.
Hi, Josh Denner, space.com. Really excited to hear that the crew is doing well. I'm interested, we saw Victor sitting on the edge of that helicopter once they landed on the ship, and it was great to see them all, walk across the deck. They were set to do an emergency egress test with a ladder, a backpack, I'm wondering if they've performed that yet, how soon they will be performing it, if they have, how it went.
I'm not familiar with an emergency egress test post-landing. Given that this was a test mission, the number one goal was to get the flight crew out of the spaceship as fast as we could, and we weren't looking at any post-landing objectives.
Yeah, we did do, I think, back when we were back on the launch pad, we did, during the CDDT, we did an emergency egress, but
yeah,
that's the only one I'm aware of that test. Yeah, but we'll check on it for you.
Eric.
Eric Berger, Ars Technica. Congratulations on making what I know is really hard look easy. It was a beautiful mission. Amit, you said the work ahead is greater than the work behind us. Can you talk about as sort of NASA rises to these far greater challenges in Artemis III, Artemis IV, and building the moon base, how important it is for you and the agency to be flying humans in deep space again and sort of to be at an operational cadence? This has to be pretty uplifting to the workforce to put the 50 years of not being back to the moon behind us.
Yeah, it's huge. I mean, flight cadence and iteration is the key to reliability and safety. We were waiting to fly this mission for several years. A lot of that was because of the issues we saw during Artemis I and making sure we did that the right way, and we tried to make sure the machine was perfect before we flew it. But the real way to do that is to keep iterating, to keep flying, keep learning, keep getting data in the flight environment. So that piece of how we're going to change the architecture and demanding that higher cadence is going to be, I would say, mandatory for us to be successful. We need that muscle memory to exist. We need the data to keep coming in, and we need to be able to quickly iterate and change the machine as we learn from it. Everything we learned from Artemis II, we're going to get right after. But I would say it's essential.
Okay, Irene.
Irene Klotz with Aviation Week and Space Technology for Amit. What do you think will be your biggest challenge to ensure that this mantle and responsibility of inheriting what Apollo did does not end like Apollo?
I think we talked about this a little bit before. What the architects of Apollo, Ulrich von Braun, Siemens, Mueller, what they really wanted to do when they were given the challenge of expanding the range of action to the moon was to learn to live and work in space for a long time. They wanted to do that first. I talked a little bit about this with Rob earlier. I think, and of course, because of the nature of the environment they were in, they were in a race. They achieved their objectives. They were geopolitical as well as technological. But once it was done, it was done. And I think there was not there.
It looks good as far as I can tell on my phone, Heather B. Maybe it froze up on your phone.
Foundation they wanted to build on is what we went to afterwards. So we wanted to, investigate reusability with shuttle. We did that. We wanted to learn to live in space for a long time with station. We've got to that point now, 25 years of occupation. Now it's interesting. I think where we are with the program is kind of where they wanted us to be before they decided to go do that, to actually enable a sustainable presence to learn.
I know this part is less sexy and less exciting, but it's also like where you learn about what's coming up next and things like that. It's important. And every once in a while you'll learn something. You just never know.
How to live and work there for a long time. So, it's a weird irony of history that, it took that long for us to do that, but we weren't sitting idle while that happened. We developed the capability to have an enduring presence, in space, and now we're going to take advantage of that now that we've reached back to the moon.
Okay, we'll take one more in the room from Ken Chang, and then we'll go take several from the phone.
Hi, Ken Chang from New York Times. I guess for Rick and everybody else, could you talk about what the last 13 minutes were like? There had to have been some anxiety, and
Oh, they're definitely husband and wife, dude.
what was the moment where you could finally relax, and when did you start celebrating in Mission Control?
Well, certainly there's anxiety. If you didn't have anxiety bringing this spacecraft home, you probably didn't have a pulse. I have a lot of trust in my team. We've got all flight controllers in the room on entry day went through a rigorous training process, and they are the system experts on their respective part of the spacecraft. And so while there's anxiety, there's a lot of confidence because the team is there to do a job, and we've trained well, and we executed well. We all breathed a sigh of relief once the side hatch opened up. That's when we brought the team in. We said a few words to the flight controllers, and then we turned around to the families and waved to the families and gave them a thumbs up.
I take issue with that because the side hatch is also the front hatch. Anyways.
Up, and we all watched as a flight control team as each of the 4 astronauts got out of the spaceship and were hoisted up onto the helicopters. It was a great day.
Okay, we'll take several questions from the phone now. The first one is from Micah Maidenberg with the Wall Street Journal.
Hey, good evening. Question for Lori or Howard. I know it's very, very early here, but any initial thinking about the heat shield performance relative to Artemis I? And could you walk through how the heat shield will be assessed in the coming weeks and months? Thanks so much.
So I'll just start, and then I'll hand it over to Howard. How's that? Initially, we gathered a lot of data already. Certainly, you saw there were aircraft that were positioned in order to do some imagery and collect data. So we've got some of those data that can be analyzed in the coming days and weeks. We also had divers below the surface that took imaging of the heat shield before it was brought onto the Mertha, so that we could understand exactly what state it's in after it landed. And so I think we've already begun the data gathering piece of it. I'm sure there'll be more assessments once we get on the ship. And then Howard, why don't you talk kind of what the next steps are?
Yeah, we already have 2 of our heat shield experts on board the ship, and so
Yeah, you definitely want to keep the salt water off the porch for sure.
when we get the crew module into the well deck, and we'll do some inspections right off the bat. Like Lori said, we've got underwater divers that are taking pictures. And then after that, once we've inspected that on the ship, we'll transfer back to Kennedy Space Center. We'll have opportunity to look in detail and do scans of the heat shield, and we have a lot of good data from that. We also captured a lot of great imagery. Obviously, we haven't had time to digest all that data, but we will in the next several days and make sure we understand if there's anything that happened that was anomalous. But we're very excited. The team is very excited to get that data from both the imagery and seeing it live in person.
Next up is Jackie Mogensen with Scientific American.
Hi, thanks for this. I wanted to follow up on one of the earlier questions about the astronauts. I was curious if it might be possible to tell us a little bit more, if we know, about what the astronauts will be doing in their first days back on Earth, what their first meal might be, or activities with their families. Thanks so much.
I mean, everybody wants to know what Victor's doing, really.
Well, the top priority is going to be to get them promptly back to their families here in Houston. As far as the specifics, I'm sure each of the crew members has something special planned with their families, and that'll be the priority, is for them to take some time and spend with their loved ones.
And I'm not sure we answered it, but we do anticipate them arriving back here in Houston 12 to 24 hours after splashdown. So that would be between 7 in the morning and 7 in the evening tomorrow.
Next on the phone is Jeff Faust with Space News.
Good evening. I wonder if you can talk through what the processing of the Orion spacecraft is going to be now that it's back. What point do you sort of extract all of the lessons learned from the mission and start applying them to Artemis III in order to have that mission ready to go launch in about a year's time? Thanks.
Yeah, we will have what we call a quick initial 30-day report that we'll put together. Every team will be doing their due diligence and analyzing all the data we have. The crew module will get transported back to Kennedy Space Center. Sean's team, Exploration Ground Systems, is going to decontaminate the vehicle in terms of the propulsion system has hydrazine, and so we'll be working through that. In the meantime, we'll be pulling hardware off the boat in parallel with other activities, and when we get back to Kennedy Space Center. We've got about 286 components we're going to reuse in future missions already, and then we're going to look at other components and determine if we can reuse those as well. A lot of work, not only on the hardware flow, but also all the analysis of the data we're going to need going forward to learn from this mission and carry forward for Artemis III and beyond.
Okay, we'll take one more from the phone and then come back here into the room. The next question is from Richard Trudeau with Orlando Sentinel.
Hi, thanks again for taking the time. This is another question for Howard. For Artemis III, is the docking system that you have to do with Blue Origin and or SpaceX, is that, at what point would that system be sort of in place on the new capsule? And I guess for Amit, how are your two contractors progressing toward having something that can actually go up there on your time?
Man, I wish I would have known. I would have called. I would have asked, have you ever heard of anyone falling in love in a space capsule? I'm just saying.
Crew module, and we've done a lot of testing already, so the final part is actually the mechanical mating of the docking hatch and the docking mechanism itself. And so we have a standard way of doing dockings in space that we expect Blue Origin and SpaceX to work with us on and accomplish that mission.
Yeah, and as far as the other part, I think we're in a massive test campaign. We've got a huge test coming up of the Blue Origin Mark I lander, which will be the kind of smaller version of the lander they want to use to attempt the landing missions. There's going to be a test flight of that this year. We also have the test of the Block 3 Starship and Super Heavy, which is coming up hopefully in a few weeks here. So, every day in this program, we're going to be testing big machines, and we're just going to keep getting side by side with them to help them make progress.
Okay, Jackie, and then we'll come back to the other side of the room.
Thank you, Jackie Goddard for the Times of London. My question is for Howard. As a little boy, you were inspired by Star Wars. I wondered if today is better for you than Star Wars, and for future space travelers looking back at today, what should they see as being the significance? Thank you.
Wow, you might be watching my old interviews or something, but I would say 1,000, I don't know what the number is, thousands of times better. I would say that I shared a moment with my father. He took me to see Star Wars. He's not alive today. I wish he was, because that little kid who saw and was inspired by the stars, and now we're able to send our crew out to the stars, the farthest any humans have been. I mean, I can't even express just how I feel and the goosebumps I have. And I would say that for all the kids out there, I mean, just pursue the dreams. I can't say any better than the crews. I tell my kids also, pursue what you're passionate about. And my passion is a space program. My passion is NASA. And I was able to accomplish that today and hopefully many more days going forward. But you have an opportunity to do what you are passionate about. And hopefully those kids who are in love with human spaceflight, in love with going to the stars, will be inspired by us, especially by our crews. And come join NASA. Come work for us. We got a lot of missions ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Ariel Multzatsos from Televisa Univision. The only mission until today that for which the communications blackout lasted 6 minutes was Apollo 13, if I am not mistaken. Today's lasted 6 minutes, around 6 minutes. Does that say anything about the design of the ship, or what is the reason behind that? And also, very quickly, can we see a Hispanic in one of the next missions of Artemis? Thank you very much.
As far as the duration of the blackout, a lot of that, that's just dictated by the physics of the approach trajectory. The Orion spacecraft, when you get enveloped by plasma that's thousands of degrees, the radio frequency of the antennas just can't shoot through that. On the space shuttle, we were lucky we had the tail, and we had an antenna up on the tail, and it took us a while to figure that out, that was a way to keep calm. For Orion, it was 6 minutes, but it was predicted, and it played out exactly as we predicted, so that just gave us confidence that it was flying the way it was supposed to.
Will.
Hi, thank you. Will Robinson-Smith with Spaceflight Now, and congratulations again tonight. A question for Rick. The whole flight operations team has been exceedingly busy throughout the course of this mission, in preparation for this mission. I imagine there will be a little bit of breathing room now that the crew is back safely on Earth, but when do you kind of get the band back together to start prepping for Artemis III, and will it be the same complement of flight directors that we saw for Artemis II? Thank you.
Well, you're right that the next mission is right around the corner, and we'll take the lessons learned from Artemis II. We learned a bunch on how to fly people in space, both from a vehicle operations, but also from how to run a control room with a deep space mission. And when the time is right, we'll get back into flight-specific training. And we've got a core group of about 30 flight directors, and they're all extremely capable. And I think anybody who's assigned to that next mission is going to be as successful as the three of us, myself, Judd, and Jeff.
Yes, we'll take you.
Tom Clark with Sky News. Congratulations on a very successful mission. Amit, you spoke yesterday of there only being irrational fears. I wonder if you succumbed to any, and if so, what they were. But more after such a successful test flight, how much of a boost is this to NASA's confidence in its wider mission to stay on the moon?
For the campaign, this is a huge step, for us to build confidence, not just in our understanding of how this machine performs, but just that this organization can rise to the standard of qualifying a vehicle like this for crewed flight. I think that's huge. It took a lot of discipline and a lot of changes between Artemis 1 and now to get there, and the team really rose to the equation. These folks here, they did a tremendous job of instilling the amount of discipline and rigor and belief in the qualification standards to make sure this is going to work. And so to me, that was almost the biggest objective of this mission, was to prove to ourselves that we could move to crewed flight, but maintain the same level of risk knowledge and understanding, but also really focus on what that looks like. To your point, it is when you fly the crew, when you fly any crew, you can be paralyzed. You can almost be paralyzed by risk, because you become so close to them. You understand what's at stake. When you with the families, you understand what's at stake. But the crew knows this, and we have to do it too. But organizationally, understand that what we do is we take calculated risks, and that it's going to take risks to explore. But you have to make sure you find the right line between being paralyzed by it and being able to manage it and bound it the right way.
Okay, Andrea. And then after that, we'll come to Michael, and then take Cyril on the phone.
Andrea Leinfelder of the Houston Chronicle. This question's for Rick. I enjoyed seeing the flight controllers storm into a white flight control room, and I was just wondering, were those the controllers from the back room? Were there people who were off duty who just couldn't be away? And why was it important to open the room to them and to let more of the Houston workforce celebrate that moment? Thanks.
That was anybody. I made a call out to anybody who had worked the mission, no matter what shift or what room you were sitting in, to come into the room and just soak in the moment with the rest of the operations team. They all deserved it. They worked tremendously hard, both pre-flight and during the mission, and it was a time for us to celebrate together before celebrating outside of that room.
Okay, Michael.
Hi, Michael Atkinson, Houston Public Media. Congratulations again. My question is also for Rick. I think that we've asked the crew several times if they felt the weight of this moment, and I'm curious if you felt, or if your other flight directors felt the weight of this, that as you were going through this, you're like, this is what Gene Kranz felt, this is what Chris Kraft felt. Did you ever feel that moment?
There were a couple of times where you kind of you have a lull in the shift, and you can kind of sit back in your seat and just look out the window. You know, I do that at ISS a lot when I work down the hall working in Ficker 1. You just enjoy the view. You know, as I worked early in the mission on the planning shift, the moon was getting bigger and bigger, and it was fun to just sit and watch the moon get bigger. And then as we worked on the entry -1 day shift yesterday, and then on the entry shift, it was fun to watch the Earth get bigger. And it was fascinating to watch orbital mechanics take over. And in the last day when I took the console, I think we were, earlier this morning, I think we were over 50,000 miles away from Earth. And we made up that last 50,000 miles in the last 8 hours. And yeah, it's a fun job to do.
All right, we'll take several questions from the phone. We have Anthony Leone with Spectrum News.
Hello, it's Anthony Leone with Spectrum News. Thank you so much for taking our questions. This is certainly a historic moment. NASA's kicked off the return of humans visiting the moon. How does it feel to write this new chapter in our history book?
I have to tell you, you know, my background is in planetary science, and I was an active planetary scientist for a couple of decades, and I had this incredible honor to come over and work with the human spaceflight side of NASA and the team that have put this together. But as someone who has been interested in what we can do in exploring the moon and going beyond.
Sorry, I know this is a bit of a snooze fest. And sorry for ending the song so abruptly. I simply pressed the wrong button. But I'll play one more song on the way out of here. This is dragging on. I'm very much looking forward to seeing and hearing from the astronauts themselves. Like, for real. But I think what's stealing the show here is the wall behind them. I mean, is that just a poster? It's pretty rad.
Beyond low Earth orbit. I think the weight of this mission and just how incredibly impactful it is that we have actually achieved this. You know, during our lifetimes here, we have done this, right? You know, Apollo was when I was a child, and to be here now and say we actually did this, we've gone back and we're going to go build a moon base. We are going to have an enduring presence on the moon. Just incredibly powerful.
The next question is from Manuel Masanti with Exploración Espacial.
Thank you so much. Congratulations to everyone. Manuel Masanti with Exploración Espacial. You know, NASA showed one more time that space is a unifying force around the world with a crew that connected so well with people that doesn't matter which country. How important was, for anyone in the panel, how important was this mission for the agency and for the future of the Artemis program?
It's the most important human spaceflight mission I think we've done in many decades in terms of what it meant historically, but also what it means for the future of the agency. We talked before about, for many folks, this is the end of a long journey working on these machines, and for a lot of our workforce, it's just...
Good night to those headed out. Thanks so much for being here. I do appreciate it. I will see you next time. I'll definitely will be covering the press conference once the astronauts begin to speak, for sure. Thanks again.
It's the beginning, but it is definitely an inflection point for all of us. So it's hard to understate, you know, just how incredibly valuable it is to the entire team.
Let's go here to Zach.
Yes, thank you. Congratulations. Zachary Albert with the launch pad from Canada. Ahmed, if you could send a message to NASA in 50 years. We've taken a lot looking back at the last 50. What would you say to the administration and the NASA then when hopefully we've become a multi-planetary species? And for each of you, is there a word or a quick phrase on how you hope the history books classify this mission that started us going back?
You know, it's a couple weeks ago, I was with the administrator. We were doing a different event, and we were talking about how we were really going to make choices and you know, and change our focus towards the moon, towards building a moon base, towards doing incredible things again. And right before he and I walked up on stage, he turned to me and he said, you know, at some point people are going to look back at what we were doing, and we're going to be like those guys that were hogging out logs to cross lakes just to see if we could do it. And then, you know, in the future, people are going to look back at us and go, wasn't that quaint, and isn't that interesting how they did that? But I mean, that's kind of where I think this is going to land in the grand scheme of things. You know, we of course, Apollo achieved amazing things. We've done amazing things since then, but this, I think, is going to be an important step, and hopefully history is kind to us as a result.
Okay, Stephen, did you have one? TJ?
TJ Mosquero with the Epoch Times. Thank you all so much, and congratulations again. My question is about the two backups. You know, they've trained for this mission themselves all the way. I'm not trying to ask if they're going to be on, trying to get you to tell me if there are Artemis III or not, but can you tell me a little bit more about their fate? Because during Apollo, it seemed that the backup crew of one mission was slated to be the prime crew of a later mission.
So both Jenny and Andre were part of this crew in every way. They trained with them. They were in the White Room when they were closing it out. They were with them. The families were together. Jenny was with us in the viewing room today. So they're part of this crew, and I'll leave it at that.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Allison McGraw from Mysterious Meteorites. Given the crew's successful demonstration of the 4K video stream with the laser comms, will there be another test of this, and what does this mean for TRL readiness level for, say, a planetary spacecraft mission? Thank you.
I think we've had an incredible demonstration of the optical communications and the 4K video streaming that was just fantastic. I think we've really shown that this is an amazing capability that we'd certainly like to implement in the future. So we'll have to see how that works and see how we can make that happen.
Just to point out, though, we have actually closed an optical link for much further
Yes, we
away
have, from
on the Psyche
Mars.
vehicle, so
Yep.
So we're working on that.
Mars distance. Mm-hmm.
Okay, we'll come around here. Just need to wait for the mic to make its way over.
Thank you again for doing this, and again, congrats on just such an amazing mission. Beverly Casillas for Space Scout here, and I just had a quick question. We've seen some really incredible imagery throughout the course of this mission. It's been great, you know, to get that downlinked quickly with the laser comms. And I'm curious how much of that imagery that was taken during the mission on board has been downlinked, and how much of that still remains on the spacecraft to be recovered later. Thank you.
I don't happen to know the official stats, but we can certainly follow up with you at a later date.
I do know that Reed had made the comment that even though they sent back quite a bit, that the stuff they have with them is pretty amazing. So once we get it off the physical media on the vehicle, hopefully we'll be able to get it to you guys soon.
Yeah, we'll get all those SD cards, we'll get them all downloaded. And of course, all of the imaging that was required on Monday, that was the science imaging, all of that will be made available through the planetary data system and archived.
Okay, we'll take a few more from the phone. Next is Alejandro Turnbull with Space Scout.
Hi, congratulations everyone on a fantastic mission. Question for Rick. As the spacecraft was descending under parachute, we saw in the infrared camera some plumes emanating from the vehicle that looked like either venting or thruster firing. Just wondering if you could speak a little to what the spacecraft was doing then, what exactly caused those plumes. Thank you.
Yeah, not knowing the video that you're referring to, I would imagine that's probably the spacecraft reorienting itself. When we're on our main parachutes, we do a reorientation to ensure that the most robust structural portion of the spacecraft contacts the water first. And so I suspect the plumes you were seeing were the crew module reaction control system thrusters firing.
The next question is from David Denault with About Space Today News.
First, I'd like to say just not congratulations, but I think this is just one of the most spectacular missions NASA has ever accomplished. And a lot of people compare this to Apollo 8. And I can tell you there is no comparison to what has been done with the Orion spacecraft and the technology from our European Space Agency partners. I was there from the beginning of Apollo 8. I'm probably the oldest broadcast journalist today. But my question to each of you, what was your wow moment?
Start with Mr. Quinn. You're kind of lonely over there.
I didn't hear the question. Yep.
Just pick an awesome thing.
Awesome.
Well, being a guy from the Kennedy Space Center, the launch was a pretty special day. You know, to see all those umbilicals clear the vehicle and the vehicle clear the tower, and have that rocket rise off the pad was absolutely amazing.
Yeah, man.
All right. I know Victor always says touchdown, getting onto the water. You know, for me, the greatest moment was the parachutes, the main chutes deploying. I think seeing that, I was chanting "Go, go, go" by myself. Somebody shot a video of that. I think I was going crazy, but I just kept saying that as the drogues came out. But when the mains came out and they started slowly inflating, I mean, that was just a tremendous moment. You know, like I said, objective number one is get the crew home. And I know there's all kinds of things that can happen after that, but having those mains and getting the vehicle to 16 miles per hour from 24,600 miles per hour is pretty amazing. And getting those chutes down was a great moment.
I'm going to vote for the naming of the two craters as my top moment.
I know it's all still fresh, so for me, I'm probably going to say two things. When the crew, you know, when Reed reported back, you know, 4 crew green after splashdown, that's what we hoped for, right? So that was pretty awesome. And then when they started, we saw Christina come out of the capsule. Then I was like, okay, we're here.
Okay, we'll take, oh, sorry, I'm
No, it's okay. Mine's easy. It'll be tomorrow when I see my friends again.
All right, one more from the phone and then back into the room. So the phone question will come from Russell Pounds from Pacific Rim Media.
Hi, this is Russell calling from Alaska today. Congratulations to all. And I'll tell you, there were tears of joy in the room here where we were watching. My question is about logistics. I'm thinking about all of the moving parts it takes to bring food, power, telecom, and so forth on a complicated mission. What were some of the logistics lessons learned that might be useful to organizations back here on Earth?
Interesting.
Yeah, I think a good start. I mean, it's incredibly challenging to get to, you know, to plan for a mission like this. You know, even though Orion's a pretty big spacecraft, making sure we have everything we need. And we think we count through contingencies. We lose systems. Sometimes we worry about that. We want to make sure we have everything ready to go. I will tell you, though, that, you know, just having thought about this for a while, the logistics of flying a 10-day mission, even this far away, pales in comparison to the logistics of keeping crew on space station constantly going. So I would say that a lot of our logistics learnings have been derived from that. You know, that's not just, you know, consumables and water and gas, et cetera, but it's also thinking about the reliability of the systems and when they're going to fail. It's hard to predict sometimes, you know, how to do that, sparing the machine and making sure we have everything pre-positioned in the event that we have failures. That comes from a lot of learning, both pre-flight and in-flight. And so, you know, but in-space logistics is going to be a huge challenge for us going forward as we really contemplate a moon base, but hopefully we'll be able to feed forward, you know, lessons from obviously this mission, but I think from Space Station together as we build that moon base.
Okay, we'll take a few more here in the room. We'll go in the middle there.
Hi, Jishnu Nair, Houston Business Journal, echoing congratulations on a great mission. While we were following along, we had a lot of voices from the space industry, especially here in Houston, kind of chime in and, you know, express their support and as well. And I know that a lot of those companies are working on specific NASA proposals or submissions, but in general, you know, how would you say you'd like to see the industry kind of respond to, you know, the kind of achievement that NASA has done here and hopes to continue with Artemis?
I'll take the first stab on that one. How I'd like to see industry respond is to take this as not just the inspiration, but the challenge. You've heard that we really want to speed up our cadence and be able to return our crew back to space within a year and to the surface of the moon in 2 years. In fact, hopefully land on the moon twice in 2028. In order to do that, we're not going to be able to do that alone. We need all of industry to work and come along with us, and they need to accept that challenge and come with us and really start the production lines that are going to be required in order to achieve that goal.
Okay, let's hear in the white hat.
Hi, JJ Love with Tech Talk Media. I just have some words of recognition for you all and the entire Artemis team. What you have done this week is remind the people of Earth that wonder is worth chasing, that curiosity is not a luxury, it is the most human thing we have. You didn't just test a spacecraft, you tested mankind's potential and carried all of us with you in the process. Every kid who looked up at the moon this week did it differently because of you. People who needed something to believe in found it in that splashdown tonight. So thank you, not just for the data and not just for the mission, but for proving that the pursuit of what's possible is still alive and well. We are so grateful.
Thank you for that.
Very well said. Thank you for that. I would tell you that, for everybody listening, this is the taxpayers' program. People paid for this. The people invested in this. They invested in all of the things that we do, and so we're grateful for the support.
Okay, we'll take a couple more questions, and then we'll go ahead and wrap. We have one here, and then further back.
Hello, congrats. Emily Martin from Seattle's Best Friends. Reed Wiseman addressed a shout out to the ESM right after it separated from Orion, saying that it powered their journey on the moon with perfection. I was wondering what comments you might have on the performances of the ESM and on the future of that collaboration with Europe.
Yeah, I would say that the European Service Module in general performed as expected. I know we learned a little bit about the pressurization system, and we'll work on that. But overall, really great part of our spacecraft. Really appreciate our European partnership. We do have continued partnership with them for Artemis 3, 4. We're building ESN 5 as well, and we'll continue to do that as we move forward.
All right, we'll take one final question.
Hi there, Chelsea Torres with Fox. Again, congratulations on a historic mission. Again, test flight, and one thing that we are as humans are explorers. And so I'm curious if you're able to kind of talk about this. During the lunar flyby, we saw the excitement not just from the crew, but also from everyone in mission control. Was there anything that kind of stood out to you, whether it was the Terminator, the certain pictures and data, anything at all that you can speak to that maybe you didn't know before about the lunar surface, our planet, space itself that you'd like to speak about? Thank you.
I'm just going to call out the one thing that I thought was truly unique about this mission. I mean, certainly there's a ton of new things that we've done with having our crew observe far side of the moon and being able to observe these features after their incredible training. But I'll tell you, the one thing that really stands out to me is being able to watch our crew observe an eclipse by having the moon passing between their spacecraft and the sun. That was a totally unique experience and something that I was so proud that we could all participate and travel along with them and experience that moment.
All right, that's all the time we have today. Thank you very much to our participants today and to all of you for following along. You can find the latest information about our missions on nasa.gov, and hopefully soon information about the expected arrival time of the crew back in Houston tomorrow. Thank you.
There you got it, folks. Thank you so much for being here. How much fun was that? I truly enjoyed tonight. That was fun. I'll see you guys tomorrow for some drama. I know that's what you really want. I'm gonna play the ET. ET has been the theme in making my graphics and things like that. It's very much in my head. Reminds me of being a kid, just like looking at the spaceship. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna head you out with my. Whoops! Why am I square? Give me a second here. I guess that don't matter much. Thanks again so much for being here, guys. Oh, there we go. I do appreciate you. I'll see you tomorrow for some drama streaming. We've been on here for 5 hours. Thanks everyone for hanging with me, and thanks everyone who contributed to the channel, even if it was just by being here. Hit the thumbs up on the way out. This ain't gonna be so stinking big. 4 astronauts safe back to Earth. Amazing, amazing. Almost 25,000 miles per hour down to 17 miles per hour. Amazing, truly amazing. Enjoy the rest of your night, guys. Go to bed. Be good out there. Take care of yourself and take care of others. Sinner out.
You gotta take control, life's too short. Get out of your head, make a better life instead. You gotta give it all your best. So put your hands up to the sky and live your best life, alright. Don't just just let it go by, just try, oh my. Got only one life, got only this time, we gonna get it right. You gotta let go of those who don't belong in your tribe. So cut the bad out of your life. Yeah, do it one time, one time. You gotta work till you're winning. Yeah, take control of the system. When you invest, it's addicting. No time to rest, let's go get it. Not gonna stop till I'm finished. Not gonna drop to my limits. Deep in my chest, I'm inhaling. Believe in testing and failing. You gotta flip everything in your mind. Take the limiting thoughts and turn them into your why. Prove to yourself you're worth it. You deserve it. Push past all the hurt and find your purpose. You gotta take control. Life's too short. Get out of your head, make a better life instead. You gotta give it all your best, so don't let go. Take control. Get out of your head, make a better life instead. You gotta give it all your best, give it all your best. Yo, never gonna stop, no way, no. Yelling out, hey, yo, headed to the top on our way, yo. You gotta make change, yeah, there's gonna be a little pain, but nothing's worse than staying the same. So light that flame, put the work in, go claim everything you want in this place. It's time to go fast, know that energy is all cash. You could get it all if you never give up, no slack. Headed to the top is a mystery, your own path. Never gonna stop, no, you got this, never go back. I know it gets hard, you gotta love it. You gotta recharge with what you want and think of your dreams. Get that energy to go and get everything. Let's go. You gotta take control. Life's too short. Get out of your head, make a better life instead. You gotta give it all your best, so don't let go. Take control. Get out of your head, make a better life instead. You gotta give it all your best, give it all your best.